Good evening. Hmm. It is already morning though, but sorry, mustn't. Sorry. Right. So good evening everybody. Um, Tonight we'll be playing, as I already alluded to yesterday or last night. I'll be playing The Librarian by The Chosen Giraffe. Hopefully there are no game overs in this game. Like, I don't mind getting a bad end, but let's just hope like there's no game over, because I'm doing this blind, meaning that if I mess up, that's the video. Or that's the video that's going to be coming, that's the VOD that's going to be coming out. So I'm extremely scared of that happening, although I guess it might not be that bad, because it might encourage people to actually play the game themselves so that they won't do my mistake. But yeah, I guess it's a win-win. I have nothing to be afraid of, except for just the fact that I'm going to be doing 20k in one sitting, which is that the most I've ever done? I don't think so. I think I've done more. Uh, how about wait, no, let me think. So the long ones that or not really long actually, more like it's long for me because I don't just, I don't, like, I read it out loud basically. Like, I don't just mentally read the lines, I read the lines out loud. Thus, most games take more time when I do them, or when I read them, or when I play them on stream. And and I go for it. That's one of the things, is I fucking go for it. I try my best to actually make the characters come to life, and make them have their own personalities through my voice. So it is a little bit it is it's no, I mean, it's not, I don't mind it, honestly, because I feel like that's doing that is doing that is actually just more fun for me. But yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's just, let me think, which ones were kind of, I mean, the ones that I remember were kind of long was Ebihime's Girlfriend Simulator, and and Carrot Patch Games is Our Fantastic Wonderland was super long. I'm not sure now. Our Fantastic Wonderland may not have been that long, maybe, but there was just so many characters that it was, I kind of had trouble actually.ちょっとよ、待って。はい。あ、yeah, sorry. I'm getting distracted because my the stream is dropping frames. Yes, hopefully it doesn't affect the recording that much, but Oh, I've been clearing my voice a lot. Let me just drink some water. Right, right. So I think we're. Let me just talk for a little while more before I start the playthrough, just to kind of warm up my voice, be okay with levels, let my stream kind of normalize or stabilize. Oh, it's not being stable. Please stream. Maybe because you know what? I think no, I think I know what the problem is. But it's fine anyway. Let me see, how many words is this? 8? Okay. Okay, our Fantastic Wonderland was 18K. And how long did that take? How long did that take me to actually read through? Oh, the longest read through session was like 3 hours or something like that. Let me look. Actually, no, it wasn't. Um, oh wait, no. Our Fantastic Wonderland only took 2 hours of like straight reading. Girlfriend Simulator took 2 hours 20 minutes. So, okay. So if that's any indicator of how long this stream would be, probably around that. Anyway, right, so the chosen giraffe. I I feel bad because I in the last two during the last two sessions that I recorded, I didn't I didn't say like the author's name like at the beginning of the video. So usually what happens is I do like, okay, title by author name, and I wasn't able to do that last time. Oh my god, like my oh please, like my stream right now is kind of unstable. Hopefully it doesn't affect like the quality of the gameplay, but oh it's risky. It's risky right now. Naze, naze. Why is it why is it unstable? Which is my question. Hmm. Ah, in this ka. I think it's as I say that. Okay. I think 大丈夫よ、陣内. Right. So I think we're going to be fine. Yep, I think we're going to be fine. So let's start. Or, just give me a few minutes to get ready. Matada. Oh, it happened again. Demo. We're already here though. I already want to do it. Like I'm mentally prepared to do it right now, but uh 大丈夫よ? I think so. Hmm. Okay, I think I can get out like a clean version in the video, but the stream is going to be a little bit wonky. The stream's going to be a little wonky, but I think I could release like a clean video of the reading without like all of the glitches or like the frame drops and stuff. So I think I'm going to be fine. Okay then. Right. 始めるぞ。ちょっとよ。すみません。The Librarian by the Chosen Giraffe. Chapter 1. A New Start. Even this early in the morning, Hyreth, the capital of Cyprus, is as busy as ever. You glance out your window at all the people passing by. My last morning in a place like this. You let out a groan as you stretch and then put on your pack, making sure you have everything ready. Most of your writing supplies have been sent off to the new house already. In your pack, you have a journal, a pencil and an eraser, along with plenty of money for a horse and any emergencies. You grab a basket of bread and dried meats from the table. It's time to leave. Looking around at your now empty house, you smile and step out into the street. Cyprus is filled with magical activity, and Hyreth is the epicenter of it all. Creatures of all shapes and sizes come to the capital to make a name for themselves. Vendors shout the criminally low prices of their suspect trinkets, guards roam the streets looking for trouble, and people get on with their lives. Hyreth is known as the wizarding epicenter of Cyprus. This is where the most innovative spells and curious comes from. Currently, silver mirrors are the most popular magical device around. They're used to communicate with others face to face over long distances, using a mixture of teleportation and mimic magic, and were designed right here in the capital. The most coveted positions in the city are reserved for the magic users, court magicians, healers, alchemists. It's not unusual to see the townsfolk gather to witness a new spell or watch some unsuspecting passerby drink an unknown potion. Not a day goes by that something uninteresting doesn't happen. When you first started writing, you were constantly taking in your surroundings and writing down anything and everything that you could. As the years passed, though, the wonders of the city became repetitive. The fairy tale life you dreamed of is now just as your everyday. It's lost its magic, and you've lost your inspiration. You there! You turn your head and see the vendor selling an assortment of writing utensils and bookbinding equipment. Your eyes light up. The vendor notices your reaction and motions you over. You really don't have the time, but these wares are all but impossible to resist. You look like an adventurer. It's important to keep all your adventures logged. Luckily for you, I have the best supplies in the business. Actually, I'm an author. The vendor crosses his arms, giving you a once-over. Really? What's your name then? Maybe I've heard of you. My name is Jean. Ah, I've heard about you. Folks say good things about your pen. The capital must have you bursting with ideas. I'm afraid the well is starting to run dry, but today The vendor lifts one finger like he's just about to come up with the next big Hyrith invention and cuts you off. You need a change of scenery. You grin, picking up a pen, twirling it in your hands. It's light, but not to the point where it could fly out of your hands. Perfectly weighted. I'm way ahead of you. I move later today. Well then, you must be busy. Don't let me keep you. How about I give you the pen as a going away present? I couldn't possibly. The vendor waves his hand. I would be pleased if one of your books was written with my product. Just make sure to come back and visit, and make sure your readers know where you've been shopping. He gives you a wink, and your smile widens. You thank him and move on. You're glad to have one of your last memories of the capital be such a friendly one. You finally arrive at the Scrivener's Guild. Inside it's bustling like normal smells characteristically of spilled ink. Ah, Jean, you've arrived. Your editor, Edith, smiles brightly at you. Her soft features and kind eyes always put you at ease before she tears apart your early drafts. You smile back. Oh, hello Edith. Busy as ever, I see. She puts her hands on her lips, giving you a playful glare. Of course I am. I had to move one of the writers all by myself. It wasn't all by yourself. There were other movers, and I'm the one who's got to carry the giant pack all the way. Edith waves her hand dismissively. She hands you a set of keys. Here are the keys to your house. You're going to leave soon, correct? You nod. The village you're moving to, Storm's Keep, is on the outskirts of the kingdom, just outside Hell's Forest. The forest itself acts as a magical barrier to protect the kingdom from raiders or invading armies. Not that many would actually try to invade. Suppresses were so renowned that no one dares to attack its seat of power. It's a day's travel to cross the forest, so you'll have to leave as soon as possible to make it by nightfall. Oh, before I forget, I also have this map. I outlined the safest route for you to take. No detours. You take the map and gaze at the sky, letting out a playfully melodramatic sigh. When have I ever strayed from the path you've given me? You're too curious for your own good. This place is dangerous, so stay safe, okay? I will, Edith. Thank you. For everything. Edith lets out a whimper, then gives you a giant hug. Even though she could be hard on you as an editor, she was also kind and caring like a mother. She was one of the only ones who believed in you when you started writing. Then again, it was her job. Oh, I'm going to miss you so much, sweetie. Make sure you contact me, alright? Do you have your mirror? Writing supplies? Money? Yes, I have everything, but if I don't, that's just an excuse to come visit. Edith clicks her tongue. Don't go visiting me too often. I worked hard finding you that place in Storm's Keep. Alright, I won't. Again, thank you, Edith. I really appreciate you. You're welcome, sweetie. I'll check in with you later. You leave the building and head off to the stables. It feels strange leaving a place you've always lived in, but you think sometimes change is needed. Edith went above and beyond her editing job. She found you a house, had movers take all your belongings, and even recommended a stable to buy a horse from. Everything is ready for your departure. You arrive at the stables to pick up the horse you've purchased. Ah, gee, ready for pickup? Good morning. How is Judd doing? The stable master sighs and leads you to one of the stalls. Almost bit off my hand today, the bastard. You let out a giggle. He unlocks the stall. The horse inside is large, a muddy brown color. His mane and tail are black and disheveled. Judd huffs as the stable master tugs him out. I went ahead and saddled him up. If you look around those bags there, I put in some snacks for him, as well as a brush. Oh, thank you so much. How much do I owe you? For the horse, 500 gold. The rest is free. But The stable master pats your shoulder. A friend of Edith is a friend of mine. Besides, I'm glad to get this nuisance of a horse out of the way. Judd is an unruly horse, to say the least. Large and temperamental. His general aversion to people has apparently deterred dozens of customers before you. You, on the other hand, love a challenge. For Judd's part, well, he doesn't seem to hate you as much as he did the others. You pay the stable master, who wishes you luck on your journey. Everyone in Hyreth is always so kind. You hope that will be the case in Stormskeep. You lead Judd out to the trail leaving the capital. You hop up on his back, making sure everything was ready to go. The dense forest in front of you seems to whisper in the wind. You lean forward, scratching the top of Judd's head. Is this place scary, or is it just me? He shakes his head and you tighten in the saddle. Hell's Forest is not only a magical barrier, but it is known as one of the most dangerous places in Zuprus. Trails are lined with warding magic to keep out the Fae and monsters. Rumors hold that if you stray for too long, your curiosity will pull you deeper until you lose the path altogether. Evil pixies, wolves, goblins, ogres, any creature you could possibly think of is more than likely to be lurking in the forest, if the townsfolk's stories are to be believed. Suppose we can't delay. Who knows? Maybe we'll see something interesting. You click your tongue and shake the reins, unsure whether your false confidence has convinced the horse or yourself. Judd starts a wary trot into Hell's Forest. This is it, the start of your new adventure. It doesn't seem as bad once you're actually inside the forest. It appears to be normal. It appears to be a normal, magical forest. In fact, there's not even any real trace of magic. You know, Judd, we chose a nice day to travel. The series had great predictions for the weather today. Edith said to try not to stop too often, but I suppose we'll need a lunch break eventually, right? Judd gives a whinny. I didn't mean now. We just left. Are you seriously hungry already? He shakes his head and his mane whacks you in the face. You scowl and dig around the saddlebags for some food. Fine. Take this carrot. You lean forward and feed him the carrot. He munches happily on it. With a sigh, you fumble through your own bag. We have some time. Maybe I should jot down some ideas. A little bit of sketching. You pull out your journal and pencil. Your journal is well loved, with most of the pages filled with scribbles and notes. If you look back far enough, you can even find trace ideas from your first novel, The Court Magician. It had all felt so easy then. You took the lives of the people you saw and spun them into fantastical adventures. Now, you can barely get through a paragraph, let alone a whole book. The outside of the journal is a leather-dyed dark red. A black ribbon holds it closed. You unwrap it and open to a blank page. Now then, you look around you. The forest is lush and brimming with hidden life. Birds chirp as you scour the tree line and try to make out anything interesting. A strange noise is hidden beneath the birdsong. Music. You've watched bards perform in the city, but compared to the jaunty dance music, this is refreshingly understated. The song drifts, seeming to come from everywhere at once, and even lulls Judd to a stop. You dismount and take a tentative step to the edge of the path. The voice is beautiful. You try to record how it sounds, like crystal chimes, but find your hands sway in time with the rhythm, and your writing is barely legible. A wave of serenity washes over you. What is it, Judd? I can't quite make out the words. Listen some more. You close your eyes to truly focus on the voice. Still nothing discernible. As beautiful as the song is, it seems to evade your focus, wafting in one direction and in another as you spin, trying to find its source. What are they singing? Your body moves in time with the music as words reverberate suddenly and clear through the forest. Let me lead you to paradise. Step off the path. Don't think twice. Come on now. Let me change your life. Endless happiness. No more strife. You sigh happily, as if it was all just a daydream. That sounds so nice. Wow! Something smacks against the back of your head. You stumble and blink. Voice? Where's the voice? All that can be heard now are the birds. You turn towards Judd, who stands with his tail facing you in case he feels the need to hit you again. The horse whinnies and stomps to the center of the trail, kicking up dust. Did you just rescue me from something? When your hands are steady, you jot down what you just witnessed. There's not a lot to record though. It's harder to remember the details by the second. Frustrated, you store your journal and pencil in the satchel and feed Judd another carrot as an apology. We don't speak of this. You can't tell if Judd nods in response to your words or if he's just lost in his own carrot-induced thoughts. Right, let's go then. The clip-clop of Judd's hooves and the rustle of bushes keep you company as afternoon gives way to a setting sun. Rays of light from the west glistens off leaves and peeks through branches, leaving nothing but the beauty of pine-laden trees and flowers in bloom. Maybe in another life I would tend a plot of land out here one day. What do you say to that, Judd? The horse snorts with what you perceive as proud indignance. Farm work doesn't appeal to you? I suppose you are a horse. Makes sense. After a 2 hours ride, the forest thins and you catch sight of some structure well off into the distance. The sun glares in your eyes, and by the time you get to the next spot of shade and blink the after image away, you can make out another dozen buildings around the first. There it is. Home sweet home. Judd snickers. He turns his head to give you a stink eye. Almost. And yes, I appreciate the transportation. Thank you, Judd. The horse is satisfied. He even picks up the pace. Before long, the pair of you are trotting through a rustic old hamlet in search of a meal, or in Judd's case, another meal. Crackling torches hang outside the doors of several of the wooden shacks, with a hitching post stationed outside the largest. Your eyes wander along the central path through the Storm's Keep. The town appears relatively empty, save for a few passerby lugging around bags of grain or jugs of water. Boisterous voices and amateur lute music carry through nearby open windows. I think the both of us could go for a nice big drink right about now. What do you say? For once, he seems enthusiastic as you stroke his mane. Attaboy. You guide Judd through the hitching post outside the large shack and fill him with a pail of water from a nearby well. He eagerly laps it up. Entering the pub, the smell of freshly baked meat pies, home-brewed beer, and tobacco smoke hits you all at once. Only about half of the seats are filled. As you make your way over to the countertop, perched on a stool, you take stock of the patrons. A group of men share drinks and chat about their day, sharing a laugh about some goat herd's harmless incident. A leering youth with the long blonde hair strums his fingers across a lute off into the corner as a small gaggle of villagers admire his skills. Two young women arm wrestle one another, equally matched, and a group of four whisper their bets. The bearded man behind the bar finishes cleaning the glass, rubbing at a particularly set-in spot of dirt. Be with you in a moment. Take your time. With one last hearty back and forth with the cloth, the barman admires his sparkling handiwork before making his way over to you. Hello there, stranger. Haven't seen someone dressed like that in a while. You're the one who brought in that musty horse. Was it that obvious? Well, we don't get as many folks passing through here, being on the edge of the forest and all. It's a mighty long trek, so I figured you must be here to move in. Or maybe you've just been itching for a sound of Jerry's lute. You glance over to catch the musician stealing a look at you with a smirk, not missing a note of his tune. Yeah, I wouldn't be the first. As poetic as that would be, I'm just your newest neighbor here for a refreshing drink. As poetic as that would be, I'm just your newest neighbor here for a refreshing drink. Then let me be the first to welcome you to a humble little village. What we lack in size, we make up for in hospitality. I expect you'll be hankering for some big city comforts, so I'm sorry to disappoint, but we do have the next best thing. You watch as the bartender dispenses some ale from the barrel behind him in his freshly cleaned glass. He slides it across the counter to you and you grab it with a free hand. First one is on the house. A bartender offering free drinks. That is quite hospitable. Oh, I did say first, didn't I? Fair enough. Well, thank you, Eugene. A pleasure to meet you, Eugene. I'm Gene. Gene? That's a sturdy name. Well then, Gene. Now that you've bit more accustomed to the rhythm of Stormskeep, mind telling me what you'll be up to in that brand new little property of yours? You take a hearty first sip of your drink, warmer than you're used to, but it has a pure sharpness to it that more than makes up for the temperature. Putting pen to paper and seeing what sticks mostly. Such is a burden of a writer. Ah, a storyteller. I tried my hand at crafting tales once. Just once? Ay, when I was a lad. I kept trying to figure out how to write this story about a prince gallivanting off with a beautiful man. Alas, I realized something before it was finished. And what was that? I was just writing a tale about my own desires. Waste of time for anyone else to sit through the half-baked ramblings of a hopeless romantic, especially mine. Self-doubt and eternal dissatisfaction with your own work. You're closer to a real professional than you think. Eugene laughs. I'll drink to that then. You clink glasses with him and down another gulp. Now, if you're looking to get some inspiration for your next story, you'll need a good lay of the land. How about I stop by tomorrow and give you a tour of the tent? Your hospitality continues to impress. I wonder where the catch will come in. No catch, as long as you keep coming by to pay off that free drink. Eugene winks as you chuckle and roll your eyes. You finish off the beer. Well, I suppose if the drinks stay this good, that won't be a problem. I can guarantee you that. I appreciate the confidence. You stand and slide the empty glass back over. He starts right up again, polishing it as if you'd never sat down. With that, I must say goodnight. It's been a long day's travel. I'm sure it has. I'll see you in the morning for that tour. Good night. You smile and nod from the doorway, getting one last earful of loot as you make off into the night. A quick horse ride later, and you're saddling up to your new home. Mercifully, there's another hitch beside the house. A small cottage on the outskirts of town. The wooden abode looks relatively well kept, if a tad dusty from its vacancy. A small garden waits for fresh seeds around the back. Through the front window, you see crates containing the remnants of your old city life stacked inside by a new straw mattress. You hurry in, stripping yourself of belts and accessories before collapsing in a heap. As your head lands on the pillow, you close your eyes to the sound of crickets chirping in the garden and drift off to sleep. Chapter 2: The Library. You wake from a very deep and comfortable sleep to a loud knocking at your door. Come out. You let out a groan as you trip over a box and stub your toe. With a scowl on your face, you hobble to the front door and crack it open. Good morning. Eugene has his hand on his lap, a bright smile on his face, and seemingly not an ounce of care for the unreasonably early hour. You open the door wider and force a tired smile. Good morning, Eugene. Did you just wake up? That's no good. You laugh and rub your eyes. I'm no early bird and traveling drained all my energy. Why don't you come in for some coffee? Well then, excuse me. He ducks past you and you close the door behind him. Your house admittedly is still a mess. You'd have to put a bit more effort into cleaning the previous night if you'd known there'd be guests next morning, or so you tell yourself. I apologize for the state of things. Go ahead and sit at the table. The table in question is covered in books, pens, and paper. You sweep some clutter into a growing pile on the floor. Tomorrow's problem. He chuckles, sits down, and looks around curiously. You shuffle through some crates to find the coffee maker and grounds. We only got to talk a little bit last night. How long you been writing? You start the stove and place the pot of water on it. I had my own short story section in the newspaper at 16. My first book was published at, I think 18? Really? You're so young. Most writers seem to be those old rich folk from the capital. You laugh to yourself. That would be my parents. Your parents are writers? Ah, must run in the family then. You shake your head and pour the now boiling water of coffee on the coffee grounds. You watch as the water is absorbed and drips back down to the pot as coffee. Well, my mom wrote, my dad was an editor. They must be proud, seeing how their child is the best in the country. Have you even read any of my books? Eugene lets out a sheepish chuckle. Not much of a reader, but I'm assuming you're doing well for yourself, am I correct? You are. There you go. I know they're proud. Yeah, I hope they would be. Silence fills the room for the sound of the dripping pot. You slowly fill 2 mugs and sit down across from Eugene with the coffee. He has sheepish eyes and a small sad smile. They not around anymore? You blink and clear your throat. No, plague. When I was 18, a few months before my novel. I'm sorry, kiddo. It isn't a hard topic, but it is rather an unfamiliar one. You've pushed the devastating memory of your parents' death into the back of your mind and devoted yourself to your work instead. You had long enough to mourn. You pour Eugene a cup of coffee and slide it over to him. I'm not the only one who lost family to the plagues. I'm okay now. He places his hand on yours and gently squeezes it. His smile hasn't gone away. Just for a second, it feels like you're sitting across your father. He always held your hand whenever you struggled with a story and talked you through it. A quiet man, patient and encouraging. Your face flushes as you take a long sip of your coffee. I'm sure they would be proud of you. I mean, look. You took a huge step and moved out in the middle of nowhere. You put down your cup and snort. Okay, now you really sound like my dad. Eugene freezes for just a second before his face takes a new warmth. I can't replace them, but... He waves his hand dismissively and stands. He doesn't seem to want to face you. Ah, forget it. Shall we start this tour? Yeah, let's start. You're both flustered by the abruptness of the soft moment. You stand and put 2 half-full mugs on the counter. He's kind. I think he startled himself by almost saying, he could one day be a father figure to me. You smile to yourself. I suppose I don't mind. Edith's basically my mom already. So why not Eugene? I could use someone in this town to rely on. You instinctively reach for the necklace that you always wear. It wasn't there. Shit. I can't believe I forgot my necklace. You alright, kid? You nod. Yeah, I just forgot my necklace that I got as a gift from my parents. Ah, that isn't good. You know where it is? It's back in Hyreth. I can ask Edith later to keep it safe and go get it later. Alright then. Come on, kid, let's get a move on. Coming. You and Eugene leave the house. Storms keeps already at work. You scowl. Your scowl returns in the bright sunlight. Is everyone here a morning person? Eugene chuckles. We are a small village, but a lively one. The jobs here are the jobs here have everyone waking up at the crack of dawn. He walks over to the little storefront. The smell of fresh bread mixed with something sweet hangs over the place and soon overwhelms your nose. Take the bakery. Audrine gets up first thing each day and makes the freshest pastries in the kingdom. You take in a deeper whiff and sigh. That smells absolutely divine. I'll add this place to my list. What list? You smile and hold up a finger. My list of places that I should never go lest I lost all self-control. He lets out a hearty laugh, his hand thumping over his chest. I hear that. Audrine's cherry tarts are one of the world's greatest tests of willpower. Your eyes widen and you bounce on the balls of your feet. Cherry tarts? Oh, I love those. They're so expensive in Hyrule that I can never buy them. Ain't you rich? What happens to all that money you get from your books? You purse your lips, looking away in shame. Writing supplies, mostly papers, pens, and the moving wasn't exactly cheap either. Eugene raises an eyebrow. I see. Well, no need to worry about the high prices here. Everything is fair and affordable. But for the sake of our self-control and our wallets, let's keep moving. Agreed. Well, thanks again, Eugene. Don't twist yourself up over it. I want to show you where you can get all the supplies you're yearning for. You smile at him, trying to be subtle in your desire to get a decently priced writing supplies. You don't think you succeed. After a short walk, Eugene stops you. So, this is the general store. Like everything else, we've got the fairest prices around. Plus, Lady Maze will definitely give you a discount. She likes faces and demeanors like yours. He makes air quotes around Lady. Who's that? Is she... Oh, Maze isn't actually nobility. Just an eccentric old shopkeep. She uses the title for fun cause most folks here don't know her full name. I mean, I do. Bartender's business knows his customers. I think it's why she never cuts me any slack. Eugene laughs fondly. There's no malice behind his words, so this rivalry of theirs must be backed up by genuine respect and care. It's a nice thing to witness, even secondhand. You can go there on your own later, though. There are a couple more places I think you'd like. Sounds good to me. The two of you aimlessly chat about the state of the town and the weather before Eugene points to another building. Your clothes might be in a decent shape now, but you'll need to pay Stephen a visit sooner than you'd expect. Trust me, I learned a lesson that a few holes too late. So this is a tailor's shop? Stephen and Sons is the best place around to get in with the new and repair the old. Not like there's any much competition in the way of tailoring. They're friendly enough, though Stephen Sr. has a bit of a cantankerous streak. Remember, he screws up your favorite shirt, you take it and thank him for the improvement. Or better yet, make sure his boys are on the job instead. I see. I'll have to get something a little less... piratey? That's one way of putting it. Well, this place is the place for you. The only place. After some more walking, the two of you arrive in front of what you're fairly sure is a blacksmith shop. Will I need anything here? Not weapons, no, but they also do appliance repairs, and there's no one more reliable than Eclair when it comes to last-minute patching up. That's fair enough. You barely took care of yourself back in Hyreth, so most of everything in your old home was pristine and only used by necessity. You suppose you'll have to adjust yourself here. Oh, it seems like she's out now. Maybe I can introduce you later. I'd like that. Thanks. But your eyes are already drawn to the next door's butcher shop. Open air show off its hooks and chains and bloody smears, which intimidate you more than they should. Ah, this shop keeps the town running. You'll get used to it too. Cece is pretty tough on the eyes, but a butcher's a butcher, no matter how scary they look. You don't need a butcher to make you nervous. By all things holy, you can barely even cook. So, everyone comes here? That's right. You'll be a regular local before long, so don't you worry. Alright. Do you have more places to show me? I most certainly do. Don't worry, we're almost through the town, but a tour's a tour. I'm a man who likes to finish exactly what he started. I see. Well, this has all been very interesting. I appreciate it. You walk with Eugene for a short little bit as he laughs. Somehow you feel unexpectedly close to him when he does that. Oh, enough with the formalities. We're going to get along great. That much I can tell. Now this here is a schoolhouse? That's right. Lots of us volunteer here to help out the teachers. Now, I'm not trying to tell you to do one thing or another, but I'm sure the kids would love to hear from a writer like you. I'll keep that in mind. What's next to the schoolhouse? Some sort of church? Your stomach drops a bit at the thought. You've never been fond of religion for yourself. Hyreth has a great many temples for worship, but none of those gods saved your parents from the plague, or you from the loss. You got plenty of thoughts and prayers, but nothing that truly helped you. To make the long story short, it didn't take long for those crowds of worshippers to leave a sour taste in your mouth. All you can hope for is that you haven't stepped into space where that level of devotion is mandatory. It sure is, though it's not used as much for community service as worship. Most people around here praise Delia, our goddess of health and wellness. Got real popular after the plague. You try not to take too deep of a breath. Well, but we have realized that some might have started to question their faith after all the death and tragedy the plague brought. There were still so many people in need, you know. Tangible relief. No offense to Delia, of course. That's a long way of saying that we're open to different aspects of worship, but above any religious preference, we felt it was necessary to have somewhere to support our own through the rough spots. That sounds nice. Anyone in need can come and stay here? You're surprised to realize that it really does sound nice to you. Exactly. The rector provides food, work, and a good bed and all that. Call me sentimental, but I'm proud of what this represents in our sleepy little Stormscape. I can understand why. Is there anything else you'd like to show me? Eugene's eyes flick towards the southern edge of the town, but meets your curious gaze again just as quickly. If you looked away for half a second, you would have totally missed the gesture. Could there be something out there he doesn't want you to see? So, how's the tavern holding up? You seem to have a lot going on there. I can't complain one bit. We don't get a lot of passers-by, but given the location, but I've got my regulars in town, but a few folk who do come from elsewhere always needs a drink and something warm to eat. And especially a safe place to spend the night. And uh, as long as I can keep things running, I don't mind the lazy days. Still, I'm thankful you've decided to call our town home. We need more people like you. I really, I don't know what to say. Really, you've been so welcoming, and that's when your curiosity, which have been gnawing at you since Eugene's strange, sideways glance, finally overpowers your sense of decorum. And what about that building in the woods? I saw it through the trees on my way into town. Is it someone's house? Eugene's expression falters again, though you pretend not to notice. Ah, don't worry about that. Why don't you stop by the tavern? I can fix you something to take home. So that was a sore spot. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Thanks again for the tour. Oh, it's nothing, seriously. Now, you'll need some food to get you through the rest of the day. I promise I won't impose too much more on you. That was hardly a problem. Lead the way. I'd be more than happy to, Gene. The tavern isn't too far from the church. Eugene opens the door for you to walk in for you and walks briskly for the kitchen. Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back soon. You're not sure you're ready to socialize, so you sit down far from any customers and think. You brought a notebook with you, as you always do, so you jot down the details and location of each building you visited. Your pen drifts away from your notebook when your thoughts linger on the building Eugene didn't want to talk about. What could be so taboo that he completely refuses to acknowledge it? House special coming right up. Feel free to take this home and take it easy. We've done a lot today already. Hastily closing your notebook and dropping it in your bag, you look up at Eugene. He doesn't seem suspicious of your budding curiosity, but that doesn't mean you should be careless. I suppose I have. Thank you for everything, and I'll see you tomorrow. I have a lot to unpack. Will do. Let me know if you need anything else. I will. You carry your food and notebook back to your new home. You've dreaded the unpacking process, but the promise of a hot meal offers a bit of motivation. When you get back home, you immediately eat and then spend the next 4 hours getting everything where it should be. Your surfaces are dusted, your bookshelves are filled, and your clothes are, mostly, put away. You feel proud of yourself. I have some time to kill before dinner. I can read. But reading won't scratch the itch. You have to find something truly new. You recall that building you passed in the woods. It wouldn't hurt to go back and see what the big deal is, right? Your reasoning is shallow, but you feel only excitement as you shuffle out and sneak your way through the trees out back towards the mysterious clearing. Judd snickers behind you, but he's too caught up into his throw to worry. It doesn't take long for you to get there, but you wouldn't have but you would have gladly traveled another hour if you'd known what the destination was. A towering old library hidden away in the middle of nowhere. You never expected to see anything this grand outside Hyreth, so you enter without hesitation. Your eyes quickly scanned the vicinity of the large library aisle by aisle. Bookshelves lined the walls, angled precariously and lit with old-fashioned candelabra. You notice the counter is stacked high with books, which look as if they'd tip over at a slight breeze. It is a glorious library. You can just tell by the vast difference in atmosphere from the library in the capital that there are some truly unique finds to be had here. Your father always had your father had always told you that a messy library was the best kind to visit. It meant that the books were well used and well loved. You try to look beyond the stacks of books on the counter when one of them suddenly shifts to the side with a puff of dust. A tall, red-headed man shuts the tome before him. He lifts his head and blinks as as his eyes meets yours. The man walks behind the counter and bows his head slightly as he lifts it again. He slowly takes in your appearance. Look away uncomfortably. You bow your head in return rather than meet his gaze. Your cheeks flush as you feel his intense gaze scan over you. It's hard to give a proper greeting with a stranger staring at you as if he's prepared to sketch a portrait. Why is he staring at me like that? You like people watching, but you do not like others staring at you. Even for a few seconds, this feels weird and creepy. Wait, do I look weird and creepy when I watch people for inspiration? You shake your head and then clear your throat awkwardly. The man's lips curl upward in an impish smile. You almost jump when he finally speaks. His smooth, velvety voice sends a shiver down your spine. Welcome! You must be new in town. I haven't seen you before. That I am. I didn't know there was a library here. This is what Eugene was hiding? He didn't mention this was a library. Surely he would have known I'd be interested. The man scoffs and rolls his eyes. Not many drop by from their small town. But you, I take it you are an avid reader? An author as well. That's why I moved down here, for inspiration. I see. He pauses slightly, as if the gears in his mind are turning rapidly. He smiles once again, softer this time. I'm Andrew, the owner and resident librarian of Curiosity Library. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Jean, and the title is a little odd, I must say. Why not just Stormskeep Library? The one in Hyreth? You'll find lots of things in this world odd. The name of my library is not one of those. He's certainly got a strong personality. Before you can dwell on it further, Angie gestures across the rows of shelves. Go ahead, browse as much as you'd like. When you want to check out a book, just come to the counter. I can get your card set up. Card? Andrew grins and pulls out a paper card filled with stamps. The stamps shimmer with light as he waves the card around. A countdown on its face ticks by the second towards book due. You blink in surprise as the number on the cards move. Andrew lets out a self-satisfied smile at your reaction. Came up with the idea myself. It lets you know how much time you have left when checking out a book, of course. I have written it down in a log as well as in case the magic goes awry. Are you a wizard or something? He waves his hand dismissively. Sure. Or something. I'll let you get it. I'll let you get to it. If you have any questions, just ask. You want to ask about the library sections, but Andrew has already disappeared. So much for that offer. You wander aimlessly to the first row of shelves and glance at the titles. Oh, realistic fiction. Perfect. You mumble quietly to yourself as you read out loud the titles, picking up some books and glancing over their descriptions. There are stories about dragons, magic, heroes saving the world, plenty of old classics, and even a few of your own books. Not much of fantasy, if most of these exist, huh? Starting out, I never would have imagined my work would end up in this section. Better think of something really out there for my next book. You feel something graze your skin and jump back. An orange tabby rubs harmlessly against your leg. Well, hi there, kitty. You scared me. You bend down, holding your hand out for it to sniff. It gives a soft meow as its whiskers tickle your skin. You notice it's a leather collar with a shiny golden tag. Hermes, owner of Curiosity Library, huh? Andrew has a sense of humor. The back of the tag also has some etchings on it. When you read it, you let out a snort. If lost, follow cat. What a weirdo. Putting Angie's quirks out of your mind, you pick up Hermes and continue to browse. You never had a cat of your own, but you love them all the same. This one seems to have taken a liking to you as he rubs against your chin, his rough tongue giving you kisses. You set Hermes down to start to drift. You set Hermes down and start to drift from section to section. Hermes follows along and seems to listen attentively when you mumble out the titles. You eventually pick up a couple of books to check out. One details enchantment, the infusion of magic into mundane objects to give them a different purpose. Not having magic yourself, you're always curious about how people choose to use it. When silver mirrors were first introduced, you spent ages trying to figure out their inner workings. Though it's embarrassing for you to admit, there have been a few times you tried making something levitate or lighting a fire with your mind, just to see if you had that spark in you somewhere. Nothing's ever come from the effort. Even so, you've found that non-fiction is not only interesting but adds a sense of realism to your writing. Even the strange and wondrous needs to be grounded in something relatable, like spellcasting or prophecy. The other book is just a guilty pleasure. You're quite the fan of a certain little-known author from halfway around the world. Their series depicts a shape-shifting traveler who tries to live a quiet life but is always roped into someone else's shenanigans. Andrew happens to have the latest installment and didn't even know this one existed. You're honestly thrilled to be in this space. You never imagined you'd find something like this in your entire life, and consider yourself someone with a rather broad imagination. Maybe it's because your dreams have always been contained to what you could write. This feels too good to be true. Hermes is your faithful guide, and with more than a few petting breaks, you navigate through a good amount of the library. You pause in front of a bay window with a beautiful view of the land. It's the only window you've come across so far. The sun is setting over the trees, and you reach out to brush the back of your hand against the glass, like you can touch the light of the sun itself. You are enraptured by for some time before finally turning away. The dream escapes you, and you remember that you should be home before dark in these woods. You almost forget about home in all of this. Sorry, Hermes, I need to sleep eventually. Though you entertain the idea that Angie might have Though you entertain the idea that Angie might have a spare cot, you leave Hermes behind and head towards the exit. The magic library card lies on the edge of the counter, with your 2 books miraculously listed on it already. Angie's silhouette nods to you from an unlit balcony as you open the library doors and you wave back. Still, it takes a great effort to tear yourself away. It almost feels you feel almost physically bound here. Then you step out and reality hits you, and so does your hunger. The Good Bone Tavern must still be open right now. Isn't that how taverns work? You're too blissed out to remember. I wonder what I should order. You're still weighing potential options when you enter the tavern. Eugene greets you with a wild smile. If he knows where you've been, he doesn't show it. How are you, Eugene? Eugene only lets out a small laugh, but it's still loud enough to fill the tavern. A couple of people laugh along with him. Step 1 of the storms keeps life, kiddo. Days that's past is never worth worrying over. How you holding up yourself? You don't need to see your eyes to know that they light up at the question. Babbling comes quickly after that. I had a lovely day, actually. I know you warned me about that strange building, but I found myself in the area, and you never told me it was a library. What a fascinating place it truly was. Then the tavern goes still. When the euphoria wears off, you see the change has come over Eugene. He's gone pale, and his lips are pressed together tightly. You bungled something, didn't you? We don't talk about that library. It just appeared one day out of the blue along with that fella Andre. And there've been other strange happenings around that place. What do you mean by strange happenings? Is everything alright? Eugene takes a moment to answer. Trust me when I say it's in your best interest to stay away. There's not a lot of strange goes on in these parts, but everything that was since that library showed up. Thanks for the warning, Eugene. I'll try to not let my curiosity get the best of me again. Your food tastes like nothing after that, but not because of Eugene. You're still too enthralled by the grandeur of Curiosity Library that you can barely hold yourself back from standing up from your table and returning this instant. Everything else is simply too dull by comparison. Needless to say, you do not listen to Eugene's advice. You're back at the library the very next morning, ready to fully understand the gem you've found. Hopefully, it will deliver the inspiration you've been sorely lacking. Hello? Is anyone there? The door is unlocked, so you figure Andrew must be inside, but you only find Hermes, who immediately nuzzles against your leg. Ah, you're too cute. Would you mind keeping me company again? You test Hermes' devotion by taking a few steps into the library, and he follows. You wander together for a while, not settling on anything in particular until the secluded fairy tale section pulls you in. Your childhood feels disconnected from your present in many ways, but one consistently is your continuing love for the stories of old. So, your fingers dance across the spines and pristine dust jackets, and you're happy. Hermes, any suggestions on what I should check out? Hermes gives you a wide eyed look before purring. Excellent. Now let's see. You hear a noise to your right and turn your head. Maybe Andrew's back, or someone else with your same curiosity, or the locals' resentment for this place. You're not sure, but when you look back, you think Andrew is right there. He's pulling out a book with a serenity that you envy. Then that envy gives way to a chill when you realize you have no idea where he came from. You don't get a good glance at the book as you see that he's intentionally covering the title and author. This one seems interesting, doesn't it? Your mind drifts back to Eugene's warning. Uh, where were you exactly? Andrew ignores your question. He doesn't even look your way. How fond are you of fairy tales, dear author? I'm as much of a fan as anyone else. And wait, what's happening? You wobble backwards onto your knees as your head starts to pound, but any attempt to clutch in the pain or even react at all is stifled by the numbness that overtakes your entire body. You peer up at Andrew through curiously blurry eyes. He's still talking, but whatever he's saying passes through you. His voice becomes distant whispers. His voice becomes a distant whisper. With painful slowness, your world collapses in on itself. Chapter 3. Fairy tales aren't real. Xing She was the king of all dragons, a wise, powerful, and foreboding creature. He was the last of his kind. Despite presiding over a vast kingdom, he wanted more. More wealth, more power, more control. He wanted the world at his feet, the keys in his hand. So, Xing She turned to destruction. War broke out at his behest, and the once peaceful world was thrust into a battle that spanned many generations. 100 years passed, 100 years of suffering, all for Chengshes to control everything under the sun. Only one city remained unconquered, Yishu, the city of arts. Yishu was home to masters of martial arts, but peace had reigned there for centuries. They upheld ancient laws that condemned any type of violent conflict, preferring peace to preside. The people were unified and happy. Until news reached Yingshu that Qingshe himself would soon arrive to the city. Any other people would have been terrified. The Black Dragon was coming to claim the city. He had never lost the battle. Perhaps it was best to simply surrender. Yet, the people of Yingshu were fearless. The people of Yishu were fearless. They had a trick up their sleeve, a protector. Liege was a young man, but had excelled in everything he had done. Once an orphan, he was adopted by a venerable cultivator. By age 20, he already mastered a dozen fighting styles from across the world. None would threaten his home as long as he lived. This was his destiny. Liege wouldn't let Qingshe get close to his beloved city. Qingshe wouldn't let his thirst for domination go unquenched, and so conflict was inevitable. It was a rainy day when Liégier arrived alone at the Black Dragon's gates. Liégier bowed to the king's watching from his battlements, but even through the storm, Chingshe could make out the younger man's eyes, piercing and defiant, watching him back. Rain soaked their clothing, and the howling wind was the only witness to their meeting. Do you know what the rain signifies? Chingshe lips curled into a crooked smile. Of course. I am a dragon after all. We control rain. It's a sign that my ancestors are cheering me on. I will win. No, there cannot be winning or losing. There must only be peace. The dragon's smile across became an arrogant sneer. How naive of you. You have lived a sheltered life. You know nothing of peace. Or is it you who knows nothing of peace? You are hurt, Prince Chingshe. You need healing. You know nothing of my needs. I am a king. Face me now and find out what it truly means to suffer. I do not wish to fight. Then you will surrender your city. I cannot. So, fight we shall. Not another word was spoken. Chingshe leapt at Ligier with a furious shout, riding with storm winds. His fingertips tipped with claws, his breath billowing ash. Still, the young man stayed calm, blocking each strike with ease. The dragon's strikes were brazen, unwieldy, while the hero maintained precision and a calm mind. Chingshe could not keep up his fury forever. The longer the battle went on, the more careless he became. Ligier, however, he knew how to endure. His retaliations, barely noticeable before, now forced Chingshe to dodge and catch his breath until the powerful blow to his chest sent him sprawling. He tried to rise. His body was weak, and his limbs trembled with exhaustion. It's over, Black Dragon. Give up your dreams of empire, and you may live. Why? Ligier saw nothing but emptiness in his eyes of his formerly terrible foe as the dragon peered up at him through the rain. Why not? Finish me here. I will only become part of your cycle if I take your life. I refuse to serve the violent ends you've championed. Chingshe was silent for a time. His eyes were now cast down in shame. I thank you, for you are a better man than I. Go. The sight of Chingshe assuming his true form was a magnificent one. His black scales glimmered with deep purples and blues, like a butterfly's wings. To Liégier, those beautiful flashes of colors and darkness suggested the dragon's true and hidden nature. The Serpentine King took a newfound elegance as he twisted through the sky. Flying off to parts unknown, Liégier bowed once again. You have made an honorable decision, Chingshe. May you find peace with yourself and your past. Years passed by with no sign of Chingshe. Some believed he had succumbed to his wounds. Others thought he was hiding, marred by defeat and ashamed to show himself within his own kingdom. Before long, his name became nothing more than a legend. His kingdom, once feared and reviled the world over, was replaced by a realm of peace and prosperity. In Yishu, the new capital, Liégier grew old, tending the land as his father had. The world was thriving. Some days Liagier would go alone past the city, past the city walls, and beyond the clouds he would glimpse, and beyond the clouds he would glimpse a glorious black dragon flying through the sky. Darkness is something you feel before you truly see it. It's like one of your stories in that way, and you feel it now, right before you feel a strange ache in your joints and a pit in your stomach. Then you hear, not darkness, but a voice. One you regretfully recognize. Wake up! Your body responds with a jolt, as if possessed. Your consciousness follows. Andrew lies on the floor next to you. His pose is too casual, too at ease for the feeling in your gut looking at him. You know somehow he's responsible for this. It's so... Still hazy, your vision is assaulted by the aggressive shine of the ground beneath you. Extravagant, grand, gaudy, rather nice for a floor, don't you think? You were going to say cold. Where are we? What have you done to me? Why? Andrew rolls over closer to you and takes everything in your power to try not to throttle him. You settle for scooting away. He stands up, posing like a statue, before beginning to prance haphazardly around the floor with a clack-clack tap, just a little too loud for your addled brain. After a moment, you realize that he's dancing. He's teleported you into an unknown place with unknown magic, and now he's dancing. You've booked us a little vacation. You sit up and wait for any of this to register. It doesn't. Your head swivels towards Andrew, who is still tapping his feet to a rhythm only he can hear. When I asked if you were a wizard, Andrew laughs because, of course, he finds this funny. I said, or something. I have magical powers, obviously. For a writer, you aren't very observant. That's it. You're going to throttle him. You're going to have a moment as you have very well earned. And then you're going to make him wish his mother had never made eye contact with his father. You're completely unbearable. Is this somewhere in Stormskeep? It doesn't even look the same country. Did you knock me out? Hypnotize me? I'm supposed to write to Edith. And what about my novels? The new life I'm supposed to build? It's ruined. Absolutely, positively, perhaps irreparably ruined. Are you really about to go into hysterics? There has to be something wrong with you if you didn't assume I would. Andrew shrugs. If I was wrong about something, it's that I expected more from you. Yet, he smiles at you like he knew this would play out. Does he really have some strange, twisted fate in you? That the look on his stupid face is insufferable either way. It's almost like a cat just knocked over a glass of water. Something clicks. You're a cat. He halts cat-like. From the library. That cat was following me around. That was you? Oh, darling. Is that what you're going to get hung up on? You grind your teeth. You hate it, but he's right. His prior cuddly form isn't the issue right now. It's this place. Wherever or whatever it is. Well, screw you. I'll figure out how to get out of here and I won't be needing your help. That's what you say, but your heart leaps out of your throat when someone throws the door open. Their long shadow swamps the room, enveloping both you and Andrew. They're at least 7 feet tall, with long black hair, purple skin, and jagged horns. Horns? Ah! Ah! Their screams is high-pitched and entirely involuntary. The stranger's face is frazzled as you feel. Who are you and what are you doing here? I was going to ask you that. Who are you? The stranger seems affronted that you don't know them. Considering the room's decor, they must be someone of great importance. I am Chingshe, the ruler of dragons and all of the East Isle. Who in the world are you not to know that? I am Chingshe, ruler of dragons and all of the East Isle. Who in the world are you not to know that? Despite your writing ability, summarizing the exact series of mistakes that put you right there, right now, is slightly outside your purview. I'm Jean. I'm a writer and you're... Hold on. You and Andrew, who's looking more smug than usual. He knows where you really are, and now that your panic has somewhat faded, you realize you know it too. After all, what child hasn't read The Black Dragon? Andrew, you absolute... What the hell are we doing in a bedtime story? Don't you see? We're going to live this out from the villain's perspective. I thought it'd be nice to do things this way. It adds flavor, builds character. Authors like building characters, yes? I swear to... Stop. Both of you are talking all this nonsense, none of which explains what you're doing in my room. Andrew clears his throat. Well, Your Majesty, let's just say we're now part of your destiny. You see, we hail from a distant land, and in this land, we are inspired to serve those who are destined for greatness, such as yourself. Continue. If you overheard our conversation, you will understand that for some, you were a villain of their story. But those people have a warped perspective. They don't understand your true divinity, your power, your fate. We do. And we brought ourselves here to ensure those others come to understand as well. Brought ourselves, huh? So, Your Eminence, will you allow us to participate in your story? Chingshe ponders the offer. He can't be seriously considering this, can he? You'd much rather he send you back with some dragon magic, or maybe just kick you out so you can figure out how to get back yourself. Or maybe, if you die in this world, you'll return to a regular life. You doubt it. It all feels too real here. Your head threatens to burst out with questions before Chingshe clears his throat. I will accept your offer. No. Of course, there will be dire consequences should you prove less than honest. You flatter me, but I will not be brought by charm alone. I will have nothing to lose from this arrangement, and you have everything. So, why not? No way this is happening right now. You'd question whether or not this is real, but at this point, it doesn't matter. No matter what, you have to survive. You try to think of what to say that's not begging or incoherent noise to come up short. Chingshay and Andre both turn to you. Why are you so receptive to this, Chingshay? You would address me without honorifics? That's rather bold. I didn't say I disliked it. In fact, it's rare I see someone so brave without a shred of duplicity. Your companion, however. Chingshay's gaze flicks towards Andre. Perhaps I should worry more about your perfect timing and silken words, but I have no time to discern your true intentions. I am a dragon. What could a pair of you hope to do to me? Besides, Jean, I appreciate your demeanor. I'll keep you both around. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. I assure you, you won't regret this. If you weren't scared out of your wits, you would roll your eyes. We will see about that. Stand, Jean. There's no negotiating with Chingshay's tone of voice. You get up and dust yourself off in an attempt to stop your legs from trembling too much. If it half works, judging by Andrew's exaggerated thumbs up. But you only sink back to the ground when you hear a thunderous knock on Chingshay's door. He holds up a single finger to both of you and Andre before cracking the door ever so slightly. You can't hear what the other party is saying, but Chingshay's eyes take an uncanny brightness that you're not sure if you like or dislike. Either way, it shakes you to your core. I understand. Now leave me. Chingshay closes the door and grins as he approaches you and Andre. You can't tell if there's a skip in his step or if he's outright levitating. But with beings like this, the difference seems a tad arbitrary. It seems you two will prove yourselves useful sooner than I anticipated. Oh, what? The flummoxed expression slips out before you can stop it. You hear Andre snicker in the background. Don't just stand there with your mouth agape. Fortunately, you're being given a chance to show your worth. And how might we do that, my king? By attending the next war council. It seems they require my immediate presence. You wonder exactly how useful a king would find your advice about war. With Chingshay's warning in mind, that line of thinking doesn't help your shaking legs. But what choice do you have? Alright then, we're doing this. We are doing this. Andrew leans over to whisper in your ear. You don't have to repeat yourself so much. As a writer, you should know that brevity is the soul of wit. It's a good thing you value self-preservation over vengeance, or you'd find a way to get Chingshay and Andre to take each other out. You aren't convinced that Andre's destruction would get you out of this nightmare and back to cozy, comforting real life. You elect not to indulge Andre's taunts and instead quietly follow Chingshay through elaborate halls until you find yourself in a large, dark room. The room lights up the moment Chingshay enters, enough so that you see a group of angry-looking officials. You try not to audibly swallow or scream, The War Council is an eclectic mix of humans, all with some form of luxury in their grip and power embedded in their stance. None of them look particularly happy, even if they don't immediately note your unwelcome presence. Qingshe didn't look like the friendly type when you first met them, but these officials take things to a different level of this. Qingshe didn't look like the friendly type when you first met them, but these officials take things to a different level despite only being human. Like a child fumbling for a friendly hand in the dark, you're tempted to reach for someone, then you remember where you are. Don't let them sense whatever it is you're feeling. To the people, you are little more than servants or tools. You're startled by his words, and you look up with what you're sure is a mix of shock and embarrassment. Qingshe's face remains implacable. He does not reach out to help you, but he does block you ever so slightly from their impending view. Their eyes fall on you and Andri. Andri sits down on Qingshe's left without any hint of uncertainty or fear. Of course not. You can use magic. You, on the other hand, can only talk yourself out of so much. You're stuck here, whether you like it or not. So, when Qingshe gestures for you to sit at their right, you simply oblige. This situation might be horrible and unfair, but you will get through it. Our great King Qingshe has arrived. The official who spoke seems to be defined by the color blue. Blue robes and blue eyes with a sharp gaze to match. You try to avoid their gaze. The council chants in unison. His Majesty's light shall forever shine. It echoes off the high ceiling, and you have to admit, it has a good ring to it. My king, how do you do this fine afternoon? And who are these guests you have brought before us? Are they here to support of our cause? This official licks their lips at the word cause. A long pink tongue slides across thin white lips. Their whole body is as thin and pale as paper, but they are only slightly shorter than Qingshe himself. I'm perfectly well, thank you, and these two are new advisors. You don't have to worry about it. On to the meeting then. We should first discuss the outlying territories. Perhaps we can... They're complicated areas, you see. Many maintain customs or superstitious which set them against us. Few of the officials let out theatrical gasps. It almost feels like a live performance. Are they really putting on a show for something so serious? There's only one person this could be for. Well, what about? And what of the pagan faiths? Are those being taken into account as well? You bristle a bit as one of the officials looks at you, a thinly veiled contempt. Your eyes meet, and that contempt changes them, reaching for their pipe, threatening to blow smoke into your eyes. Who the hell do they think they are? Of course, our path is the path of righteousness, and we will shine our light on all those found wanting. Another smoker, it seems. one with ideas on righteousness despite looking like they want to snap you into their imposing figure and large, almost inhuman hands. You know they aren't a dragon, but they still scare you. And our light? Too. That's rich. You never imagined this such manifest destiny in the official's words before. But then again, they were always minor characters. Well said, well said. And about those northeastern rebels? I believe a potential compromise is what their villages haven't a competent warrior between them. No need to worry. They are inconsequential and will be quashed in time. Did you not hear me? I suggested compromise. All this talk of benevolence and righteousness, that solution has not crossed any of your minds. The room goes completely still. The official who was talking turns glower at you and Andre, like the two of you put these ideas into Chingsei's head, and you want to stand up for yourself, but are cowed under the official's gaze. Stand up for yourself. Excuse me? You're shaking, painfully aware of the tremors in your voice, especially when the officials all turn to you with a fire in their eyes. What could you have to say in such an important matter? To call you a guest is a generous statement, so watch your tone. No, I won't. You see, I was sent here to aid your king on a very important quest. One that is beyond your comprehension. My companion here... You glance at Angie, who is taken aback by your boldness. Then he smiles. You might have played into his hand a bit, but that doesn't matter. You need to make a statement, and you feel mad enough to do so now. Will most certainly attest to our qualifications and skills if you require them. Now, on to my point. I would like you to take a moment to listen to the king and claim to honor and love so dearly. After all, what is a subject if they are not subject to their ruler's authority? The shiver that comes after the court's eyes drift to the offending official is unmissable. You feel sick, but also like that you've won at something. The fact that you borrowed that barb from a chapter you're working on nicely strokes your ego as well. I see one of your guests looks particularly antsy, my king. Tell me, why must you insist on entertaining those lower than you? You do not understand these people or their ability. Underestimation is a cardinal sin in our world. Of course, my lord. Don't you see? I simply don't want you to worry about such inconsequential matters as diplomacy when it comes to our greater goals. Why are you refusing to see my point of view? It's nothing of the sort. Don't worry, my king. We can take care of this ourselves. You only just gained the crown after all. You might be the only one who sees it, but Chingsei's eyes flicker for a brief moment as they head back in his chambers. The slash is near instantaneous, and the official falls, bloodied and lifeless, golden breastplate shorn to pieces. The air in the room withers and dies along with them. Every eye rests on the bleeding corpse, too frightened to move. When Chingsei speaks, no one even dares to breathe. Don't you remember what I said about the sin of underestimation? Or do I need to give all of you something more to jog your memory? Chapter 4 Reality Check. Your body is frozen. You stare at the official's body on the ground. Blood pools around him as the stench of it fills your nose. Thinking it was impossible right now, Andrew jumps his fingers along your shoulder, but you can't tear your eyes away from the corpse. You feel your skin prickle under the sickening, saccharine grin. He leans in the whisper. And this is what the storybooks left out. Qingshe calmly wipes his sword off the cloth and sheathes it. I would like to remind you all to watch your tone when you talk to me. I am not my father, but I am your king, and you, my subjects. Do I make myself clear? Your stomach twists at his cold authority. He didn't seem like the type to sound as if he controlled everything. He didn't seem like the type to kill someone. You didn't come to this meeting expecting to be sick all over the War Council chamber. Yes, Your Highness. They salute in unison, and you wrap your hands around your gut, as if you could simply hold in your mounting terror. The rebels have a champion, I've heard. I will find their so-called hero myself and take him down. There will be no objections. We are finished. What happened to compromise? What happened to Qingshe's initial arguments? Or was his will of peace burned into the council's attempts to control him? Qingshe controls one last glare and walks out. The room seems warmer in the Dragon King's absence, and you cling tightly to Andrew. He glances down at you and tilts his head. You want nothing more than to slap him, but your hands are shaking too much. Why did you bring me here? Are you trying to kill me? Your voice echoes in the hall, prompting some officials to turn from their cliques and glare at you. But you're already beginning to spiral. Who even are you? What kind of sick bastard? Now, calm down, darling. We have an audience. You don't want to make yourself look bad, do you? Tears threaten to spill from your eyes. What before seemed the mere pressure on your chest now has a weight of a boulder, making your every step drag. Andrew wraps his arms around your shoulder and leads you out of the war room. Let's find our grumpy dragon, Every new development adds a pile on top of your throbbing headache. You breathe like you've you breathe like you've been running for miles. We're not. I don't want to find that monster. I want to go home. I can't breathe. I can't think. You lean against the wall and clutch your chest. Sweat drips down your temple as you gasp for air. Andrew's left hand holds you up. His right grips your chin and lifts it so you're looking at him in the eye. He has a soft smile that practically mocks your state of panic. Don't worry, Jean. I'm here too, aren't I? You grit your teeth and shoot him a glare. You're the reason I'm here in the first place. I feel like I'm going to die. Shh. You're not dying. He sighs thoughtfully, tilting his head. Yes, that's right. I'm the one who brought you here. But do you know why? You shake your head. It's because, it seems like you have a call. The bag around your waist emits a faint light in disbelief. In disbelief, you open it and dig around your silver mirror. Flipping open of the mirror, you see the name Edith shimmer across its glossy surface. You turn to Andre, ready to question how she could reach you here, but your all-knowing companion only shrugs. Edith! Where have you been? You thrust the mirror back to arm's length as shouting catapults you back into the migraine you've almost forgotten. You forgot your necklace? When I came back to give it back, I ran into him. Edith shifts aside to reveal Eugene standing with her, his brow furrowed. You pale and feel your face heat up. You didn't need to go all the way out to the village. Edith scowls and clicks her tongue. Her intense gaze had you shrinking into yourself. Call it an instinct. I felt something was off, and it turns out I wasn't worrying for nothing. Eugene's eyebrows are furrowed. I was worried too when I went to your house with some food for dinner, but you weren't there. You weren't anywhere. When he finds out who you disappeared with, things will only get uglier. But for some reason, seeing Edith and Eugene together, all you can think about is that you want to be back with them. I'm sorry, I just went out and it's complicated. I just got caught up in something. You try to keep your voice steady, but it wavers before you finish speaking. You take a deep breath, but you can't hold in a sob as tears start streaming down your face. You cover your eyes with one hand. The tears don't stop. Sorry. Jean, what's going on? Where are you? Andre goes to your side and pulls you close. He takes the mirror from your hands and holds it up with a bright smile completely out of place for what has been happening. Eugene's eyes flash with anger, and you didn't think he had upon seeing your head nestled on Andre's bony shoulder. Are you with the librarian? What did I say? You just keep crying. Edith looks about as panicked as you feel. She keeps glancing from you to Eugene as she searches for an answer as to what's going on. Oh, hello to you too, barkeep. What the hell did you do to them? Andrew clicks his tongue, raising his hand in defense. I didn't do anything. We are just fine, you know. You rural folk are a lot more disagreeable than the stereotype would suggest. He scrunches his nose in mock disgust, or well, it's hard to tell. Eugene scoffs. He looks like he'd jump through a silver mirror if he could. Edith grabs his arm. Calm down, Eugene. Who is this person they're with? This person is a menace. Don't worry, Gene, I'll come get ya. Just tell me where you are, alright, kiddo? The mirror is plucked from Andrew's hands. Your eyes widen as you watch Chingshe inspect the mirror. What is this? Are there voices coming from it? Wait, give it back. Here you go. You wince at the series of cracks. Qingshei's talon grip apparently is more than the device can handle. He proffers the now broken mirror, only noticing the damage he's caused when a glass shard slips off onto his shoe. Oops. What did you just do? I apologize. Raucous laughter erupts from Andrew's lips as he watches you cradle the mirror like a baby. Your head is going to burst, you swear it. You big oaf. I can't believe... Oh my. This is truly entertaining. Qingshei pouts. I cannot help my considerable strength. You fall to your knees. Any chance of help is now shattered. Andrea may find this funny, but you yourself are devastated. Your life has been signed away into the hands of a murderous dragon in a sadistic librarian. Qingshei kneels in front of you. You whimper and scoot back as he reaches forward. Are you alright? His voice is soft and gentle. You look at him with tear-stained cheeks and shake your head. I just... Seeing what happened with that man in your court, and then... No, I'm not alright. Qingshei softly hums and nods. He tenderly smiles. I see. I frightened you, didn't I? You do not speak. I apologize. It must have been terrible for you to see something like that. Do you want to come with me? I believe I can explain some things. They reach their hand out towards you. You aren't sure if you want to trust them, but at this point, there's really no choice. What will you do? Sit in a palace hallway until a less amiable courtier comes by? You wipe your tears away and stand. Your mouth is dry. Your muscles ache from an hour of nervous tension. Take it easy. My room isn't far. Alright. Qingshei starts walking. You hesitantly follow them, and Andrew settles up beside you in a relaxed gait. That amused smile never seems to leave his face. My father... Qingshei starts talking as they open their bedroom door. He was a show-don't-tell type of parent. I don't really want to get into detail, but I had a similar reaction when I first saw someone die. When did that change? You showed no hesitation back there. They shrug, as you sense a defeated weariness in their frown. That's how it has to be. I don't think killing is ever something you have to do. Don't be naive now. Andrew takes a seat on Qingshei's bed, lounging back on his hands. Being a ruler isn't easy, darling. Even this sweetheart has to be tough in his presence of his underlings. Did you just refer to me as sweetheart? Andrew winks. You grimace. Andrew, stop. What about this champion you mentioned? Would you really... If he doesn't concede, yes, I will kill him. You stay silent. Qingshei walks over to you, studying your face. It looks as if they're searching for something. Let's start over. Your eyebrows knit together. Why? Qingshei sheepishly smiles. Our first impressions were maybe not ideal. I want to be friends. You're not sure whether to gawk or guffaw. Yes, murder is certainly not ideal. For first impression, they're seriously trying to win your friendship after that. Is it all a schoolyard game to the king? Angie raises a hand. Does this offer extend to me? Qingshui flops onto the bedside. Angie gives him a hearty slap on the back. The librarian topples forward, his eyes bulging out of his head. Of course. I'm sure I'll quickly learn to overlook your strange mannerisms. Andrew coughs and smiles weakly. I am flattered and glad to relate to the magnificent black dragon on such a personal level. Please, forgo the titles. They're merely a political annoyance. You shake your head. They're acting like this is some happenstance in a high-end tavern. Just hold on a second. What? Qingshui suddenly gasps, his eyes growing wide as his bottom lip trembles. Don't tell me you're not interested. Is it because I broke that silver toy of yours? I can buy you a new one. No, of course. I forgot to offer a welcoming feast befitting at my station. I can have the kitchen prepare anything you'd like. Qingshui, listen. It's not because of any of that. I don't want to be friends with a killer. It's wrong. Killing people is wrong. I explain why it has to be? That's all you said. It has to be. That's not enough. There are always other ways. A ruler should be benevolent, kind, generous, understanding. They listen to their people. They're strong, but they can't be destructive. It certainly sounds nice. Qingshui sighs as he rests his elbows on his knees. You must have a good life where you come from, yes? I wouldn't... Now, Jean. Be truthful. No matter what you've gone through, I assure you, the kings had it worse. Qingshui rests a gentle hand on Andrew's arm. No need to be rude, friend. He then sighs and chuckles. It's mirthless, quiet, and mournful. Your heart aches. You feel compelled to go over to the dragon. It's true that my life has not been a happy one. Perhaps once we know each other better, I will share more with you. But for now, I need to finish what my father started. Then, you will understand my actions. The truth is not pretty. I know this isn't the world someone like you even expects to enter, but friends should understand one another. He waits patiently for you to gather your thoughts and respond. I have no way to leave. I can't contact the real world anymore. Angie seems to want me to see this through for whatever reason. Bastard. I can trust that at least Qingshui is sincere, even though I am terrified of them. I can at least hope they don't plan to harm me. There is someone good under that exterior. Someone who just needs a push. If Angie means for me to provide that push, then I guess I will. Solve the moral of the story, escape the fairy tale. It makes it makes a sort of sense. You close your eyes, slowly nodding your head. The decision is made. I will join you, if only to show you that there is another path. My father started this conquest. I must complete his work by any means. Reality isn't so black and white. I cannot avoid spilling blood. That's the nature of things that cannot to be changed. You open your eyes and smile. Qingxie is thrown by your reaction, but slowly smiles back. Then one of us must prove the other wrong. I suppose so. Half an hour later, a large map covers Qingxie's gilded table, and you've dug up a worn set of quells and some ink. The two of you will find a way. You'll have to forgive me, I have no details of the routes. Don't worry. I need the map as much as you do. I've never traveled much outside the palace grounds. Too cold, mostly. Alright then. Any suggestion on how to reach this guy? Librarian. That sounds familiar. Of course. The man Qingxie is hunting. He's supposed to be the hero of this story. It's been so long since I've read it, I almost forgot. But then, at the end, the dragon breaks your moment of inattention with a sigh. My agents tell me his name is Librarian. Yes, right, maybe we can take a more isolated path? Try to avoid bloodshed with any potential scouts. Your fingers trace along one unmarked line through the mountains. The Trial of Calamity? You can't be serious. Oh, that's ominous. I'm more worried about you than I am about myself. I can fly. You shake your head. I'll play dead. You're joking. Only half joking. I trust you make sure the path is safe, and I'll do my best to keep up. That's reckless. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment. But what do we have to do to reach this trial of calamity? It'd be a straight shot to the AGA. The silence is heavy. You watch Qingxie closely as his expression is calm. Calmer than the facade you've put on, certainly. We'll need to cross this prairie over here. It's called Eastwood, because everyone says it's half forest anyway. And this is there similar to reason the trial Camelot? And is there a similar reason the Trial of Calamity is called that? It's practically a fairy tale. No one believes in those anymore. Just an old name from an older story. Your eyes twitches, and you don't even need to look at Andrew to know he's stifling a laugh. The journey will be long, but if we're taking the Trial of Calamity, the journey will be long, but if we're taking the Trail of Calamity, we'll need to save our strength and take it slow. It might take 4 or 5 days, a week at most. That, plus 2 days on the trail, still a good pace. I see. Andrew, do you have any thoughts? Follow your hearts, dear travelers. You roll your eyes, but move on. If he won't help, he won't help. You'll figure it out, how to talk to him later. Do we have enough food? I doubt we'll get a chance to make many stops. I'm the king. We'll have a little more than enough. I'll have someone prepare rations. Not too much that we get slowed down, mind. Besides the necessities, I wish to travel light. Liegie's name reminded you that you're in a story, that your own earlier panic has been replaced by a nervous uncertainty as its ending peeps nearer. Should Qingshe be warned? Would they listen? So we have a plan? We do. I want you to rest now, the both of you. Call a servant, have them prepare a room for each of you. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow when we leave. You and Andrew head out at the same time. In the hallways, you bite your lip. You were in control until you started thinking about the story again. That goodbye was far too jittery. When the pair of you arrive at your room, you turn to face Andrew. Your frustration and confusion are bubbling over, but the man just continues down the corridor. Good night, Jean. You've a big day ahead. Rest well. Oh, no you don't. You grab Andrew's arm and drag him into your room. After shutting the door, you push him against it. He looks surprised just for a split second, but then his smirk returns. He reclines as best as he can against the oak. Oh, darling, I had no idea you were this bold. You might want to take me out to dinner first. Threaten him. That's enough. You practically growl at the words and slam your hand next to his head, trapping him against the door. It's a bit awkward considering he towers over you. Still, you stand your ground, even as he peers down at you with a smug smile. Taking the lead? I love it. Andrew? You've told me to next to nothing. Stop with the jokes. Oh, do scold me more. He leans in towards you, his face inches from yours. You step back, relinquishing your hold on him just to get away. He laughs, clapping his hands. That was fun. Are you sure you're through? Look, I need to ask you something. Ask away. I don't remember anything about Qingshe going off to kill the hero. It was the other way around, and no one ever died. It ended with Qingshe flying off and Liege becoming an old man. Andrew just shakes his head and pats yours. Used to. You're a tad wide-eyed, I say. I do find it adorable. I want you to think, whose point of view is the story from? I mean, Liege is the protagonist, right? Exactly. But as soon as we entered the story, it changed. We're seeing this from Qingshe's point of view. This won't be the normal fairy tale you are used to. In fact, Andrew puts on his knuckles to his cheek as his smile stretches wider. His eyes gleam with malice or chaotic delight. You're not sure. Qingshe was never meant to be the killer. That was all you, darling. You stumble backwards as if pushed. All my fault? But how? I don't... Like I mentioned, as soon as you came into this fairy tale, you changed it. Just being in a room during that meeting caused him to lose his temper. Your mind flashes back to the meeting. Was it because you stood up for yourself? Had that been what set Qingshe off? Because you couldn't keep silent? You bite your tongue, grappling with that decision. Andrew cocks an eyebrow. Did I strike a chord? There is truth in there. Everything from here on out rests on your shoulders. You let out an anxious laugh you hadn't realized you'd been holding. Excellent. That's no big deal. Can you handle it? What I can't handle is you being in my room. Get out. You were the one who invited me in. You open the door and wait for him to leave. Nevertheless, a gentleman never overstays his welcome. Do think about what I said. You're putting too much on me. He chuckles and shakes his head. Once more, good night, Jean. Chapter 5. The end of the story goes like... Good morning, Jean. You let out a groan as the excitable dragon bursts into your room. You sit up and rub your eyes. What time is it? It's time to wake up. You let out a groan. You're so loud. Qingshe lets out an even louder laugh. That's so you'll wake up. You grab a pillow and throw it at them. They dodge easily and saunter into your room. You yawn, your eyes watering as you stretch out. Qingshe is practically bouncing off the walls, his eyes sparkling as he watches you get out of bed. You know, it's been years since I last left the castle. I've been so busy that I've had to stay inside. I don't even know what's going on out there besides the progress of our expanse. I'm glad to finally finish this whole thing. I've been planning on what to do after. I want to... You interrupt his babbling glare with a glare. Qingshe? His eyes widen as he looks at you. Despite his draconic features, you think he resembles a puppy. He's acting like one as well. Yes, I need to get dressed. He blinks. Do you need help? You sigh and stand. This man has no thinking skills outside of the war room. You turn to him and push him just outside your room. He turns around and smiles. Oh, I see, you're too You slam the door in his face. Laughter filters through the wood as he speaks loudly enough for you to hear. Alright, don't take too long. I'll be waiting here while you finish. The scent of blood fills your nose once more as the scene from yesterday flits through your mind. How is he acting so dumb and cute? As if he didn't just murder a man yesterday. You get dressed as quickly as possible. After putting on your clothes, you pull open the door and... Whoa. Qingshe falls back towards you. You step to the side on instinct, watching as he tries to keep his balance. What are you doing? I was waiting for you. By leaning against the door. Qingshe purses his lips, then turns. Anyway, did you sleep well? You grimace, trudging alongside him. Well enough, I suppose. I'm not really a morning person. I can tell. You know, you were quite grumpy when you awake. You shoot him a glare and he laughs. Did I offend you? I am only telling the truth. No. You are my friend. Friends tell the truth to one another. He still believes we're friends, despite me never agreeing to that in the first place. I am still wary of him, despite the buffoonery I've seen from him this morning. He is a killer. What are you thinking about? Qingshe moves so he is in front of you. Walking backwards, his hands are clasped behind his back as he tilts his head to gaze at you. I'm thinking about what we need to bring for this trip. It's a lie, but telling him your doubts doesn't seem like the wisest decision. You were sure if you did tell him you weren't his friend, he might start crying, or worse. Qingshe shrugs. We don't need to worry, the servants packed everything. What, already? They're quite efficient. They do things without asking questions, and they listen very well. You snort slightly. I'm sure they do. What do you mean? They shift so they're standing next to you. I mean, you are a king, right? I'm pretty sure you don't want to upset the king. Come on. I'm not that scary. You want to laugh at this moment. No, he isn't scary. Last night when he killed the man? Absolutely terrifying. Oh look, there's Andri. Qingshe runs forward towards the open entrance of the castle. Andri is leisurely leaning against the door frame while eating an apple. Good morning, Jean. Qingshe? Good morning, Andri. I went to wake you, but you were already out of bed. Andri smirks and eats the last of his apple, throwing the core on the ground outside. Unlike our sleepy goblin here, I'm an early riser. You roll your eyes and cross your arms. I am no goblin. You... What the hell am I looking at? Your eyes moves towards the 3 horses waiting for their riders. You step outside and slowly walk forward, squinting your eyes. Is that? There's no way. You gasp and run towards the muddy brown horse that's grumpily pawing at the ground with his hoof. Oh my gods, Chad! You start petting his mane and placing kisses all over his snout. He wiggles his head slightly, but he doesn't do anything to make you stop. Andri, how can this be? Magic! He speaks as if it were obvious. You glare at him, once again reminded that his ridiculous antics are why you're here in this mess. I should kill you for this. I'm too lovable to die. Seriously, I can point out all the other things that you... Angie reaches into his pocket and pulls out a pocket mirror. He has a self-satisfied smirk as he shakes it slightly. Does this prove how lovable I am? Where'd you get that? He shrugs, as if this was not something nonchalant. It's my own. I don't use it often, but I keep it just in case. He grabs your wrist, turning your arm so your palm is facing upwards. He places the mirror in your hand. Use it while we travel. You raise an eyebrow, not trusting him completely. And what? What's your hidden motive? I don't have one. I saw how devastated you were. As evil as you think I am, I do not enjoy seeing you frown. Thank you, Andre. You're now slightly lower on my list. What list? You smirk. The most annoying people in the world list. Well, you and Andre are almost getting along for once. Chingshay curiously steps closer to the horse's backside, where Judd is wagging his tail. They gently place their hand on his rump. Judd is not having it. He swings his tail and whacks Chingshay in the face. Both you and Andrew watch in amusement. Bad horse. Judd lets out a neigh. That almost sounds like laughter. Chingshay pouts and points at the offending horse. He's laughing. Make him stop. You try to keep your laughter held in. Now, no fighting, you two. Where did he even come from? You give a sad smile as you gently pet Judd. From our world. World? What do you mean? I thought you were just from way out in the middle of nowhere. You sigh and look at Andre. We can't leave him in the dark. Andre snorts. I'm fairly sure in the dark is the standard for this one. Is there any rule saying we can't tell them the truth? Andrew rolls his head to the side and scrunches his eyebrows. No, it's just a nuisance. And so are you. There's a slight silence between the two of you. You stare at him, wondering how long it'll take to make his smug countenance break. Fine. It works and you grin. Qingshe doesn't seem to catch on what is happening. Nevertheless, he waves his hand to move on. You can tell me while we travel. We need to get going. Qingshe whistles loudly, the short and crisp sound causing everybody in the courtyard to turn their heads. He clears his throat. Just because I'm leaving does not give you the permission to make any changes. If I hear that anything, and I mean anything, has been done without my permission, there will be severe consequences. The assembled nobles and servants bow their heads. Your trio mounts up and heads for the Trail of Calamity. From the stares from the peasants farming outside the castle walls, it's an odd sight to see the Black Dragon and two foreign travelers together. You wonder what they think. You also wonder darkly how Qingshe treats them. The first hour of the trip is easy and silent. You're almost comfortable recalling your trip to Storm's Keep. After the second hour of silence, you begin to wonder if it's only you who's comfortable. After around 3 hours of travel, it's time for breakfast. Unlike the forest in your world, here, you're free to stray off the path without placing yourself in mortal danger. Alright, now that we have a chance, let me tell you a story. Qingshe takes a steamed bun and stuffs the whole thing in his mouth. He chews a couple of times before trying to speak around the food, his cheeks puffing out. Go on! You try to hide your laughter at the ridiculous, if repellent image. Our story starts off with the Dragon King. As you tell the story, both Andrew and Qingshe listens with interest. You animate your words with tone and pitch, gesturing wildly with your hands as if you could bring the story to life. Some days, Liege would go alone past the city walls, and beyond the clouds, he would glimpse a glorious black dragon flying through the sky. You finish the story and take a bite of your own food to hide your satisfied smile. I must say, you really are divine as a storyteller. You chuckle slightly and look down. I have read some of my own stories at libraries. It's one of my hidden specialties. I don't understand. That story was just about me. Exactly. And that fairy tale is your life. But in the story, Liege comes to me. Oh, that's because, You pause as you remember Andrew's words. It was you who changed the story after all. Accuse Andrew's magic. Well, the two of us are only here because of his magic. And magic warps that we think we know, so magic has made you think I'm a character in a fairy tale. And what Sheen is trying to say is that you are a creation. You trace your lineage not from a royal dynasty, but some rustic bard's eager imagination. If it makes you feel better, the story is quite popular. Qingshe laughs. If you refuse to tell me where I'm from, I won't force you. Your past is your own. Andrew sighs. I told you wouldn't believe us. You grumble and finish off your breakfast. You wanted the story to serve as a warning for Qingshe, of course. If you were told a couple of days ago that you were a character in a fairy tale, you wouldn't have believed it either. After breakfast, the three of you get back to the road. The journey is relatively calm. There are moments where you even find yourself laughing and actually getting along with them. Look, we're here. The Trail of Calamity. Qingshe points ahead as the horses trot forward. A clearing reveals itself, filled with sprawling fields with emerald green grass. A pleasant breeze whistles through the field, causing the grass to dance. The horses stop as the three of you take in the view. Wow, this is absolutely terrifying. Andrew's tone is mocking as usual. You snort and get off. Judd, you step forward as the grass cautiously, just not too cautiously. Is this like poisonous grass? Is it hiding snakes with venom that has no antidote? Flesh-eating bugs? Qingshe sighs. They almost sound offended. Flesh-eating bugs would just be preposterous. They nod and hold up a finger like a classroom instructor. It's called the Trail of Calamity because the grass in these fields is soft and comfortable that they say you can lie down for a nap and never wake again. You lean down and run your hands through the grass. The blades feel like silk in your hands and cool to the touch. You stand up. Judd eyes you warily, no doubt remembering the dreamlike song in the back in Hell's Forest. You can certainly see why it's dangerous, but why such a dramatic name? Qingshe only shrugs. You swing yourself into Judd's back. It would be nice to relax in a place like this. Do not fret, friends. I can show you many other places after this trip is over. Consider it a vacation. Sounds exciting. Days pass. For small talk, you and Qingshe swap light-hearted memories from your lives while Andrew listens. You realize he's told you barely anything about himself since you met in the library. That's when the cats just crowded me. I was covered in hair for ages. You and Andrew laugh at Qingshe's exasperated smile. You must have been surprised. Who knew cats love dragons so much? Yes, and why do you seem to like Qingshe, Andrew? Andrew is a cat. How interesting. You give Andrew a knowing smile. Not only that, but he loves being held too. You reach towards the librarian and he swats your hand away. For once he seems embarrassed. I am not a cat, and I only tolerated being held. If I recall, you were purring quite loudly. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. Transform, now. Yes, go on. I want to see Kitty Andry again. After a round of laughter and Andry's complaints, everything settles down. There's no doubt that the journey is almost over. As nightfall approaches, it's time to set up camp. Andrew watches as you lay out your bedroll. Do you need something, Andrew? You have seemed to warmed up to the oath. He motions over to the oath in question. Xingshe is intently watching the stream and smoke rising from the pot set over your campfire. Staring occasionally, you sigh. I don't like him. Are you sure? You hesitate. It's all the answer Angie needs. Use the mirror. Call Eugene and Edith. You nod and he leaves you be. Time to clear things up. At least I'm not in hysterics this time. You open up the mirror and tap its shimmering surface. It gives a single ding and the glass lights up with a pale blue glow. Search Stormskeep. The glass fills with text as you scroll through the residence. You spot Eugene's name and select it. The screen goes dark and vibrates, searching the Aether for a connection. With an affirmative jingle, your call is answered. As Eugene's blurry form slowly comes into focus, you find yourself tearing up again. Gene, thank the gods. We thought we lost you. I'm here, Where is here? You shake your head. I can't explain right now. Eugene sighs and rubs his face. I just need to know you're okay, kiddo. You swallow and smile. I'm okay. Good. He takes a moment, considering you and his forehead furrows as he takes a deep breath. Tears are soundlessly slipping down your cheeks. No, you can't tell me where you are, but I can hear what matters. I can hear what the matter is, at least. How do you know something is wrong? Well, you disappeared without a trace, and now, the first time I hear ya, you're crying. There's obviously something wrong. You bite your lips and look away, thinking what you could say. How do you know when someone is a good person? And can you call them a friend if they're not? Is this about the librarian? No, I mean, yes. You slowly sit up and look forward and look towards your camp. Andrew and Xingshe are conversing as they eat dinner. Andrew looks peaceful and Xingshe has a goofy, sharp-toothed grin. I've been traveling with Andrew and this other man for a couple of days now. At first I didn't trust either of them, but the more I spend time with them, the more you like them? You nod and try not to cry as you continue. It's as if everything I know is fake. I know something bad is going to happen. I just know it. But I can't stop it. It was a mistake to let myself believe that I could be friends with them at all. I feel so conflicted. Our journey is almost over and I almost don't want it to be. Eugene nods his head. It sounds like you're in a tough position. There's a slight pause as Eugene gathers his thoughts. Let me ask you this. Have you learned anything? Have I? It seems as if I've spent every moment here freaking out. Don't think so hard about it, kiddo. I think that's your problem. But I have to think hard. Shingshe did something terrible. I wish I hadn't seen it. Did he tell you why? You glance up, he's looking at you with concern. You quickly look away. He gave me an idea. People do bad things just because they have to. But there's always another way. Are you sure? You let out a frustrated sigh. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. We all have to do things we aren't proud of. What happens after defines who we are. No one is a perfectly good person. I can't decide for you whether they should be your friend, but I can tell you that it's best to listen to. But I can tell you that it's best to listen to understand. I did promise. Thank you, Eugene. Sure you can do this? I can. I need to go now, but I'll be back. Eugene laughs and gives you a caring smile. You better be. I've got some pastries waiting right here. I'm looking forward to it. After you hang up, you take a couple of deep breaths. It's time to listen to Shingshe. You try to understand his perspective. It's what a friend would do. You walk over to the fire and sit down. You wipe your eyes and take a deep breath before smiling. How's the food? Andrew smiles, rubbing his stomach happily. After enduring a saddle all day, it's nice to have something edible. Sorry, oh great Shingshe. More than edible, in fact. They're not a bad cook. You give half a smile, grabbing yourself a bowl. The substance in the pot is milky white, made with rice, chicken, and herbs. You take out a big scoop and sit back at your haunches. What did you make here? Congee. It's a porridge made with rice. We normally eat it for breakfast or when we get through an illness, but it's a nice warm dish for the road too. You start eating with your head down. The air seems thick with tension. Both of them no doubt saw you crying. Patayo minasan. Ah, I sorry guys. I I need a break. Yeah, no, it couldn't keep. I can't keep it going at this point. I'm just too. Yeah, um yeah. It's just I'm just no. I think hopefully I can finish the game tonight. Hopefully I can finish the game tonight. It's just that I can't I can't keep going. Like my I'm feeling lightheaded at this point, so I need to stop for a moment. Um I don't really mind since no one is watching, but I need to I need to be away from my keyboard for a moment. So yeah, can you give me guys like 5 minutes or something just to take a break? All right, thank you guys. I'll be back.
Tadaima. I'm back. Yeah, just I just heated up some food because I'm feeling very hungry right now. Sorry guys if that was if there was a huge lull in the presentation. But yeah, I couldn't handle it any longer. I just needed to eat. But it's fine. You know. Also, since yeah, it's fine. I think it's fine. It's bad for the stream, but it's like no one's really watching. So I think I'll just eat on stream. Alright guys. Itadakimasu. I kind of feel bad that there's just this lull on stream, but I guess you have to do what you have to do. I've never really been able to. I don't know if you guys can do this, but I I could never eat while holding a conversation. It was just not possible for me. But I've seen a lot of people do it. I just can't. Like it's either I'm going to be eating in silence or I'm going to be talking to someone. It's there's no like there's no like, oh, can I just have a conversation while eating? No, it's impossible for me. Okay. Okay. So I gonna. Mm, takoyaki yume. Right. So maybe give me 2 more minutes and then we'll resume. Uh. Gomenasai. Sumimasen. I forgot to mute my mic. Sorry about that. Yeah. let's get back into it.本当にごめんなさい。でも、Alright, let's just get back into it. Hopefully I timestamped it right. Hi. ちょっと待って。Dinner. You lean back next to Ching Shay. Only stare at the night sky. Unsure how to start this conversation. Are you alright? You were crying earlier. You sigh. I seem to be having a dilemma. Thinking too much, too hard. I agree. Don't worry, that pretty little head of yours is too much. And I also have to deal with this. Your nose scrunches as you glance over to Andre. Unsavory character. Rude. You groan and turn back. Xingshay lies next to you and follows your gaze up to the stars. I'm guessing I'm the reason you're thinking too much. You still don't look at him. I want to understand you. What happened to you in the past to make you who you are today? That may be too intrusive for me to ask. Maybe I just need to know your motivation, your formative moment, whatever pushed you. You were about to say over the edge, but you stopped yourself. That's not the direction you want this to go. I see. The night isn't silent. It's filled with crackling fire, chirping crickets and frogs, plants rustling in the wind. It isn't silent, but it's peaceful. Well? Angie clears his throat and stands. Dusting off his pants, he gives you to a sweet smile. The two of you need some time for a heart-to-heart. I'm off to bed. Sleep well, Andrew. Night. He takes his bedroll and walks further away from the fire before settling down. You turn your attention back to Xingxie. It looks like it's my turn to tell a story. My father died around 50 years ago. Dragons age differently than humans. He was perhaps the equivalent of 40 human years. He was healthy. He often trained with the soldiers when it wasn't in meetings. Then one day he woke up and he was sick. The strong man that taught me to never show weakness, but to be merciful towards those less fortunate than us, was suddenly too frail to lift even a spoon. Xingxie takes a deep breath, interrupting his story. His eyes reflect the stars, and his expression suggests he wants to be up there with them. He thinks of your conversation with Eugene and understands suddenly the depths of the last dragon's sorrow. His last wish was to create a prosperous and peaceful world. Father was a strict ruler, but he valued kindness. He was both sides of the same coin. Then why do you want all this power and control? Why do you stick to these cruel imperial policies? Does it not go against his wishes? Xingxie lets out an indignant snort. I'm sure you've noticed I didn't inherit my father's intellect. You flush with guilt. I wouldn't... It's... okay. I know how people see me. I know I still seem like a child to the court. It's why I had to rely on them for guidance. I am not like my father. I did not have the flexibility of him, the ability to be well-rounded in everything, and I chose between being kind and weak, or strong and cruel. So I chose the latter. Xingxie. The dragon shifts to face you. You do the same. He gives you a smile. It twists at your heart. He still looks happy despite his circumstances. Don't be sad for me. I lost myself and became the villain. You said that's what I am in the story, correct? It's my fate. I shouldn't try to change it. But you can, Jean. He says your name firmly and grabs your hand. He stares at you, begging you to listen. You stay quiet. I wanted you to come along so you'll stop trying to change me, so you can understand. I know. I lost myself over the years. However, in the past couple of days with you, I felt good, cheerful, how I used to be. I've finally been able to let my guard down. I thank you for that. You let out a sigh and squeezes their hand. Am I wrong about him? I want more time. Thank you for telling me your story. I do understand you better now, and I apologize for any hostility I had. It's alright. Everything I've done must be shocking to you. You're a good friend. Xingxie suddenly shoots up. Their face fills with joy. You called me a friend. Their arms wrap around you in a bone-crushing hug. You're crushing me. Sorry. I got too excited, but
No taking it back now. They pull you back and sigh happily. I'm glad we had this talk. Me too. You should get to sleep. Right. Good night, Jean. Sleep well. You wish you could. Instead, you toss and turn all night, dreading the day to come. In the morning, you listen groggily while Chingshe pesters Andri. Tell me your secrets. Andri waves his hand, focusing on neatly rolling up his bedding. I have no secrets. There is no way you can wake up that pretty. It's true. Andrew looks prim and proper as always. His hair is perfectly styled and his clothes are free of wrinkles. By comparison, it's easier to tell how recently the king got out of bed. Most of their hair is tangled in the left horn, though they don't seem to notice. And yet here I am. You two are ridiculous. Andrew turns to you with his characteristic smirk. Today of all days, you pray he keeps up the antics to a minimum. Feeling better, dear? I would if you stopped calling me pet names. Chingshe perks up, reminding you once more of a puppy. Speaking of, Andri, Jean finally called me a friend yesterday. The librarian lifts his eyebrows and crosses his arms. The smirk becomes a full-on, self-satisfied, toothy grin. Did you now? Shouldn't we hit the road? You don't want the trip to be over with. But you know as much as you know. But you know that the more this drags out, the more it will hurt in the end. So if you put on a strained smile as you mount Judd and give the horse a firm pat on the flank. Alright, let's get going. It's not an easy journey, that's for sure. Finally, this afternoon you start to see signposts and way markers on the road, telling you Yishu is 10 miles away. 5, 3, 1, but all day you've been struggling to stay awake. Wanna take a nap, need sleep. But Shingshe shakes your arm roughly. No falling off your horse, we have a commitment to make. You blink a few times before nodding. You're right, once again, you almost slide off Judd, who is none too happy with your lack of coordination. But can he blame you? You've been having sleepless nights and exhausting days. There's no helping what's to come, but dread has still kept you from trying to think of some way to resolve the upcoming battle without bloodshed. Shingshe, can I ask you something? What is it? Will we still be friends once all of this is over? You're trying to rope me into a promise. Is it not working? Chingshe smiles fondly at you. It most certainly is not, but I appreciate the gesture. I can, however, guarantee that our friendship will remain regardless of what happens. You suppose you'll have to take what you're saying in stride. Thank you. It's nothing worth thanking me for, but... He pauses as two of you reach the end of the line. We're here, aren't we? You mostly say it to yourself, but your companions hear you regardless. Shingshe does not say a word in response. You never knew silence could be so frightening until now. Liege stands in front of the gates,
his poise completely heroic. You want to curse his expressions, his gait, everything around him, everything about him. But he doesn't know. How could he possibly know? But Qingshe takes your hand in his. There has to be something you can do. You were sent here for a reason, and now, stop. Here. But Qingshe shakes their head. No. This is where I put things to rest. Though, I suspect you know my ending far better than I ever could. You search for something witty to say and wise to say, but the truth is not pretty. Your smile is half-hearted as you remember Qingshe's words. You can defy your fate. You can change this. You can win. Jean, my friend, I have already won. He pulls his hand away from yours, too gently for your own good. They let out a small, uncharacteristically quiet sigh. Qingshe's hand seems to dance with the air itself as it stretches towards the sky. Your story was so much easier to understand. All Qingshe does is smile in response. And you lean towards being incomprehensible, yet now I see you so clearly. I see you, and I want to thank you for seeing me. But I didn't do anything. I couldn't. I didn't help you. You did. You did by confusing me, by fascinating me, by staying when you easily could have left. Don't you see? All the things I needed, I thought I needed. I wish I knew you before I let myself get corrupted. The time we spent together isn't something I'll easily forget. I won't forget you either. There's no way I can. Whatever fate pushed us together, I'll thank it until my last breath. I'll be your friend, even when we've left each other's sides. This is the path for me, Jean. I want you to take your own. Even though our roads diverge, wherever I am, I will always wish you the best. That is something I can swear on. You want to slump down. You want to wail, cry, throw any kind of fit for him to stay. But they're not leaving. But they're leaving. They're leaving, and you want to be dignified for you that he seems to admire so much. Even if that you doesn't feel like the you that's standing there, you want to become better for their sake. Thank you, Qingshe. You'll remember me, and I'll remember you, Jean, my friend. Then he walks away towards Liege, towards his demise. There's no fear or rage, just an acceptance you wish you could take away from him. But you are not the author of his story. All you can do is watch. You wish the words of the fairy tale weren't so intricate, or that you didn't know them so well. Most of all, you wish you weren't helpless as you watch history unfold just as the pages dictate. Qingshe might have had a different fighting demeanor, but Liege is still frustratingly calm. Despite the dragon's change in mindset, Liege still manages to steadily advance on Qingshe. Qingshe lets out a roar, one that shakes you to your core. and echoes through the surrounding valley. But they never transform. They never show their full power, even though their strikes have a force you've never seen before. Liege, however, continues to dodge with cool-headed determination. You're scared as Qingshe leaps into the air with sword held high. Scared when Liege spins around the downward blow and hits Qingshe hard in the side. You let out a scream, louder than you ever thought you could. It doesn't help. Nothing helps when Liege dodges, counters, and strikes again and again. Qingshe finally falls, and you rush in without a second thought. Liege is there, still as calm as he has ever been. You ignore him and go. You ignore him as you go to Qingshe's side. Qingshe, are you... You can't be. Please say you're alright. I'm alright. Damn it. Say it like you mean it. But there's no use. The wound looks fatal. Your eyes shift to Liege, but you can't even hold the glare. Liege. Yes, I concede. It is your turn to lead. As I realize now that you are the one who was meant to do so. It will be difficult to take things back from my official, but if it's you... Qingshe lets out a ragged wheeze. If it's you, you'll be able to do it. You have too much faith in me. No. For the first time, I know all the places where my faith lies are the right ones. Liege, forge a path no one else has taken, and make sure no one like you or me has to face one another again. I understand. I will find this path you speak of. Thank you. And Jean. You can only stare. Jean, don't spend so much of your grief on me. Instead, I'd like it if you would view yourself the way I view you. And when I thank you, I hope you know how much all of this has meant to me. Thank me by taking this back. Thank me by... You know I cannot. I'd like to fly one last time, when I can see you, and you can still see me. You've already changed my story. I just hope I can one day change yours. You already have. You're my friend. I want to do right by you, but how can I do that when you're fading away? That's good then. Since we're friends, I need to ask something of you. Anything. Can I hold your hand before this all ends? Yes. The two of you hold hands for too little time. His fingertips are already cold. You want to give him your warmth, but you both know it's too late. Thank you for everything. And with that, he slips out of your grasp. Scales stretch and dance across his body, adjusting to fit his growing serpentine body. It starts with his shoulders and neck, then his face, his tail, and everything else follows suit. His last glance with one giant glowing eye is the final reminder before he flies away. There will be no following him this time, so you let yourself fall apart. His soaring shadows across the sky is the prettiest truth this fairy tale has to offer. The sobs come out before you can think straight about who you're crying next to. Librarian does not attempt any sort of comfort, something you're extremely grateful for in the moment. Then someone else approaches. You recognize Andrew immediately, and in your tear-soaked rage, you almost jump at him, but it wouldn't be worth it. There, Jean. He accepted himself thanks to you. You should be proud of yourself for that. Piss off. I don't need anything from you. How could you? Why? Another series of sobs escapes you. Andrew extends his arms. You lean into him, too deflated to think of cruelty now. Why? Why did you put me through this? Those words come out more like a whisper, rather than a shout. You realize your voice was this hoarse until you tried to use it. Crying will certainly do that to you. You said you needed inspiration. Not like this. This is too cruel. And so is life, my dear. So is life. You don't want to agree with him, but you still nod. For a few moments, numbness is all there is. Then you remember, the AGA is still standing there, tense and unsure. What a strange expression for a hero like him. May I pay respects somehow? How will you do that? I suppose I haven't thought that far. I didn't know how any of this would end, and I didn't expect someone like you to be by his side. I should thank him for helping him face what he needed to. I should thank you for helping him face what he needed to that was inside of him. It wasn't worth a damn thing in the end. I would not be too sure about that. I might not know where you came from, or where you'll go after this, but you must have been valuable to him for him to protect you. Your eyes narrow. What do you mean by that? The AGA shakes his head. He wanted to make sure I took what he believed was my rightful place, to cleanse his kingdom of corruption. He wanted to make a better world for someone like yourself to live in. That doesn't make me feel any better. I did not expect it to. All I wanted to do was to tell you the truth. What you do with it is ultimately up to you. I can learn to appreciate your words one day, but don't you have something to reclaim? The AGA smiles faintly. I believe I do. Farewell, strangers. Perhaps I will see you in another lifetime. You're not sure what that means or how much he knows, but most of you doesn't care. You get up, away from Andrew's arms. Let's just go back to the forest. Your wish is my command. Oh, how you wish that were true. Just hurry up, will you? Before you're even through the sentence, you're standing outside Curiosity Library once more. Andrew has a knowing gleam in his eye, but for once, He doesn't say anything, just walks up casually back inside and closes the door. You freeze, dumbfounded, feeling like the world is spinning. After a moment, you collect yourself and stagger towards the edge of the woods. Jed is waiting for you. You lean against him, reaching out to give him a pet, and he lets you. His silence and nuzzling snout are more comforting than any words. You hear pages flipping behind you, and turn around. It's Andrew again. Book in hand. No, not just that. Another fairy tale compendium. Still leaking dust, you gape at him, not sure what to expect, not sure what you expected, but angry regardless. Are you serious? We could have gone home this whole time? Angie responds with a laugh and runs a finger along the spine of the book. Since it's that easy, do you want to try another adventure? With wide eyes and mounting horror, the only thing you can think of is shouted responses. No. I cannot believe any of this happened. I never thought I would actually be able to live in a fairy tale. I'm not sure Eugene or Edith will even believe me if I told him. Maybe if I say Andrew kidnapped me, no. It'll just be a pain for both of us. I'm sure I can make something up. I won't say that I'm not upset about what happened in the end. Of course I would be upset. I feel more upset towards myself that I was immediately hostile and didn't listen. Listening only towards the end. What good does that do? I suppose Angie did bring me there for a reason. I'm not exactly sure how he knew what this would teach me. It just makes me angry just thinking about it. I'll have to give it that smug bastard a piece of my mind. Anyhow, after this whole journey, I think I need to have a moment to collect my thoughts. Relax. Take life easy for a little bit. If I'm to write again, I want to create stories that give me the same emotions I felt back in the fairy tale. It's only fair to Chingshay. I'm just hoping Andrew won't come looking for another adventure. I decided to keep tabs of my adventures and any inspiration I see. The vendor had a point about writing down stuff. I never really did that before. At least, not completely detailed. So I decided that now was a great time to start doing it. The village I moved to seems pretty nice so far. Way less busy than the capital, that's what I'm used to. When I visited the pub, everyone seemed to know each other and get along. The barkeep Eugene was kind enough to inquire about me and give me a free drink. I'm always up for free drinks. He plans on showing me around tomorrow. I think being in the town like this will help me recover from a creative burnout. Once I get settled in, I can't wait to start writing again. Until then, I need to pass out. I'm exhausted. Eugene's a great guy. He reminds me of my father, and I think that's why I get along with him so well. He says it's been a long time since someone new moved in, and that any new face they see is just a passing traveler. He was very kind when introducing me to other people and business. Says, I'm glad he was the first friend I made. There's something odd about this place, and it made Eugene act odd too. There was a building in the middle of the woods. I couldn't quite make out what it was. So when I asked Eugene, he just brushed it off. That's not normal, right? He told me not to worry about it, and then we went for lunch. But I'm so curious, I can't stay away. I can't. I'll probably check it out after I'm done eating lunch and putting away the rest of my stuff. And also maybe a nap. All of that travel is making me tired. Oh my god, the building is a library. I have to ask Eugene why he didn't tell me, but oh man, this library has a cat? A cat named Hermes? I love cats. The library is... The library in Hyreth was more academic than anything. It had only a small section of fiction books. This library is basically mostly fiction. It also had sections in different languages, mythology, you name it. It's really nice. The only weird thing is the librarian and the owner. Andrew doesn't seem to explain anything. He talked as if he was laughing on the inside. He was laughing at an inside joke. Maybe he has secrets. Who knows? He does own a library in the middle of nowhere. Best to keep myself wary around him. It seems I have found the author's personal diary. How cute is this? The drawings are abysmal but charming, I suppose. I can leave my thoughts in here as well. Who doesn't love to hear my opinion? First is Jean. They're quite entertaining, to say the least. Very headstrong in their beliefs, but it seems as if their mind is a mess that needs to be untangled. I love seeing them flustered. It's so adorable. It makes my heart pound. I must tease them more. Qingshe, that idiot of a dragon. He would be more entertaining if he had more of a brain. I will say his outbursts during the meeting was a surprise. I didn't expect him to kill someone so easily. Oh, you should have seen the author's face. Entry, get out of my journal. Next time I see you with it, I'm cutting off your hand. Ooh, feisty one. I love it. This is what it feels like to be truly homesick. I never thought I'd ever... Is this what it's like to be truly homesick? I never thought I'd ever pine for what I once had. I prided myself on always moving forward, never backward. But now, I've never felt more completely and utterly alone. I should have listened to Eugene. Why couldn't I have just listened to that wonderful man instead of following my stupid, careless instincts? I hope I can apologize for him. What the hell is wrong with me? I never should have flipped through that book. I just want to go home. I miss the sound of Terry's lute, the smell of fresh ale, the feeling of laying in my own bed. I miss it all so much. Will I experience any of it ever again? I don't know, and that scares the hell out of me. That stupid horse. What did I ever do to him? Honestly, I don't know how. Jean loves him so much. If you ask me, I'm better in every way. I'm kinder, more handsome, and stronger. Are you seriously comparing yourself to a horse, Black Dragon? No, you can't compare us because I'm obviously better. It was funny to see you get slapped like that. Was not. Give me back my journal. I've grown to like Qingshe. He wasn't as bad as I thought. During the time we spent together, I grew fond of him. Even if he's not the smartest, he is bright in terms of how he acts. It's truly a shame that people around him don't give him a chance. See? I told you he isn't all that bad, is he, darling? Everyone needs someone like him around. That's true. I wish life treated him better. Maybe, just maybe, he would have lived a long, happy life. He already lived long. I'm sure he has no regrets right now, especially about meeting you. I cannot believe any of this happened. I never thought that I would actually be able to live in a fairy tale. I'm not sure Eugene or Edith will believe me if I told them. Oh, I'm already back. And that's it. Yatta na, dekimashita. We've done it, guys. It only took around 3.5 hours. No, actually more. It's almost a 4-hour read. So, well, guys, I don't want to, stop the stream abruptly. Oh, you know what? Let me do like a post thing, like a post review. I liked it. Yeah. Mhm. It wasn't bad. I mean, I was I don't want to toot my own horn, but I think I did well reading like the climax of the story. That's it. Other than that, I'm like, okay, yeah, I think other than that, it was I was kind of all over the place. Other than Andre, like I feel like my other voices were kind of bad. Like I couldn't remember what kind of voice I did for Edith or I mean my own voice was kind of you know what, it's fine. I think I did all right. It was kind of bad. The narration was good. At least the narration I didn't break. I also had to take a break in the middle of it. I just I tweeted about it. I just overestimated my focus. I thought that I would last more than 2 hours, but maybe I wasn't in the best condition, to be fair. But yeah. Overall, yeah. This was part of the what was it called? I think it was called like the Fantasy Game Jam. Fantasy game. Yeah, you know what? This is actually it only has 18 entries right now. But I will say I think I have a chance to. I think I should have started with this instead of the Spooktober Jam. I feel like I have a better chance of you know, reading most of these stories than the Spooktober one. But yeah. I haven't I think it was just a solid work, honestly. Yeah. World building, the concept, I mean like the premise itself, the character design was good. Yeah, the backgrounds were amazing. Yeah. This I think it was a very solid work. Yeah. The writer, I mean, like I said, I mean, the world building and the premise of the story was great. So I mean that covers the writing part. Yeah, it's what yeah it's solid work. It's solid work. That's all I can say, I guess. I'm not really an expert on any of these stuff. Like sometimes mm, I don't like giving judgments because I feel like I know nothing about it to actually be like, oh, I should give like I just give out my like my perspective or from my small brain. That's the only opinion that I'm giving. I'm only giving opinion of my small brain. So yeah.
Although I can't I can't say librarian. I can't say it. Librarian. Library. That's a hard word to say. But anyway, great job, the chosen giraffe. And, the whole team. I should have shouted out the whole team. I can do it now, I guess. Let's see. So, the lead, of course, is the chosen giraffe. Writers are Zora and Rob Higgett. Editors were Noah Cohen Vogel and Pepper Parker. And the artists are Kate, N, and Kyle. UI artists Beck, Habitab. Programmer is Marina. Any but most say she. Okay. The composers are Luca Tilly. Assets, Sword Effect, backgrounds, Minical, and Midjourney. There we go. Now, go download the game yourself. Go download and play the game yourself. The link is in the description. You can play it for free, completely legitimate, straight from the. It's actually, it's straight from the developer itself. Don't worry about it. Like I'm not trying to scam you or anything like that, as you all know. But yeah, exhausting. I just had I had to fucking stop in the middle of it to eat. Oh, that's such that was kind of wild though. Now I need to edit. Fuck editing. Anyway, all right, guys. I'll see you next time. I'll read. I'll. I don't know. I don't know what I'll read tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, guys. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. I can't find it. Oh shit. Where is it? Where is it? Minase-san. There we go. Ayasuminase.